Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday, and that means we're doing viewer levels as per usual. Honestly, there's nothing really fancy prepared for this stream. This is gonna be a pretty normal Friday. Not a lot is happening right this week. There was a little bit of news this week, but I'll say, you know, most of it is pretty regular. And, you know, the kind of stuff that I would cover normally, including some news that just broke right before this stream started, which, you know, was, no big deal, considering. I should say what I mean. I just heard that Half-Life 2 got a big update. And that sounds pretty cool. I like the commentary. They did. Can you give me less than 25-second level? Less than 25-second level. Of course, everyone who is getting in early probably is going to get a lot more than that if their level is hard. You know, we will have a timer for the first, let's say, hour of the stream. Everything good? Sound good? Video good? Everything? Good. Yours is an auto? Well, that'll be very easy then. I'll say before we begin, last week, quite political. There was an election last week, and I had to vent. There was a lot I wanted to say. Let me just be the first to assure y'all that that's kind of a one-time thing. That's kind of just a, hey, geez, we have to talk about this shit. The news continues, to be clear, and I'll admit, like, not everything in my list of things I want to talk about tonight is apolitical. Like, you know, The Onion bought InfoWars, and that is very funny, and I want to talk about that, but, you know, we're not going to, like, go point by point on everything that's happening in U.S. politics. That, just is broadly unappealing, I think. And I don't want to get bogged down in that on a week-to-week basis. Obviously, I still believe all the things I believe, just, you know, more discussion, I think, of things like metaphor and like anime than necessarily what Bernie Sanders has been saying. Good stuff. He's been doing better than he has in the last 4 years of bootlicking that he's been doing. He's licking less boots now, it turns out. That's enough politics. And he's good again. He's kind of good again. Though he is very, very old. Sadly. Took you some time to make the auto level? That's very cool. Also, before we begin, hey, let me show you some progress I've been making on my own level. My own next level, Playtime Palace, the last level in my super world. I've been noodling around a little bit. Last time I showed off a version of it I have up here, which is just a bunch of bullshit. And I decided I need more room, so I made another level that's also full of bullshit, full of brainstorming. So I did that instead of just getting rid of this stuff, which is basically the same, and I'll show it again, and sort of go over what stuff I'm playing with. Hey Barnstormer, I'm playing with guys, springing off springs. I'm playing around with, guess I should play around with some thwomps. I would like some parts where, like, you hit switches. I think that'd be cool. Thank you for the level, Barnstormer. Got 4 in queue? I don't think I saw... Oh, Josh got one in as well. Okay, yes, good. I always forget that that people submitting on the YouTube, the queue doesn't, like, properly refresh the count. I should really bring that up with the people who make this thing at some point, but got a million things going on, you understand. Okay, I'm just gonna take it safe here. So obviously I'll say that this is highly, entirely unpolished and rough and sloppy, but it's just a basic idea where I want to take things and some mechanics I'm messing around with. I want there to be bullies. I want there to be these on and off things because I haven't used them yet. A lot of the things I want to use here are things I haven't properly used yet in my super world, which it's always a priority for me to address. Like here, like I kind of would like there to be a section where you go to one side and then go back with some on-offs being the other way. I think that'd be a nice design. Also, toying around with the idea of having boxes that you have to ground pound to get to an on-off, and they could be like against a wall like this. Also, I figured out that I could make it so that there was one line of boxes leading to a exclamation point block if you blocked off half the top. And it can even be done in a case like this to open up a way, like on the other side of a wall, which I think is cool. So yeah, whole bunch of ideas here about where to take this. Also, I started noodling around with these ant guys, and I kind of like a situation like this where there's just sort of chaotically swarming around a block, and you sort of have to think on your feet just a little bit to know like where to land to get a safe landing. In fact, small idea here, like the smallest change. What if this was spiky? What if these guys were on a spiky doodad? Oh, wait, can they not attach like this?
Here we go.
Wow, that's unfortunate. They cannot attach to the side automatically. But they can if you drop them. So, you know, could have some chaotic arrangements of them like this.
Here we go.
How's this? Let's try this out for size. That's kind of cool. I think these bouncy ant guys, just really leaning into the chaos of them, would be a cool idea. Here we have some more of these ant guys. That 10 coin is a little bit chaotic to get, but man, in cases like that, okay, so doable but hard. Messing around with springs a little bit more, I realized that, okay, when you have this blocked off, it doesn't work. But these springs will spring off one of these guys, so something can be done with that. I have a little section here that seems pretty cool. And yeah, that's what I've built so far for this next level. Seems like a pretty, I think I'm getting some ideas here that'll be cool. I especially kind of like the idea of ground pounding through the boxes. I think that's a neat little flourish. For, like, getting to the exclamation point blocks or on-offs. Is there anything else that we could do with that? You could ground pound a question mark block and release like some sort of something below the question mark block. Hello, Luigi. You could ground pound, not sure what else. You could ground pound a POW. You could ground pound a POW, and that would kill stuff and drop stuff. That could be cool. Ground pounding a POW. And you could also ground pound, like nothing else. I don't think anything else is necessarily ground poundable in that same way. Maybe an enemy. The Luigi is asking if I could spend a bit that was cheered to me. I'll say the way Twitch works is that there's payout thresholds. Basically every 50 bucks, I get a payout, so I'll say next time I get a payout, I'll think of that. I'll think of that 1 cent if I can. If it's been like not, you know, long enough where I've forgotten. But we'll see. I still appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the hell out of any support y'all offer. But you know, the way Twitch works, you don't get paid until you reach a certain threshold. Yeah, I'm glad as well. I'm glad as well. Okay. That's a little bit of a maker update there. Still in very, very early stages. Basically just brainstorming and trying to find enough time to get an idea or two down. But I think the ideas are good. I think the ideas are good. And, yeah. Let's do these viewer levels. Let's do these viewer levels proper time. Proper style. First off is Heron's Savard, who is perfectly present. Perfectly present. At least was when I started. There you go. There you go in chat. Let me explain how this works for those who don't know, for those who are new, or otherwise need a reminder. I need to move my something on my screen so I can read the code properly. There we go. Let me explain how this works for those who are new, those who need a reminder. During this first part of the stream specifically, there'll be the lightning round later, but don't worry about that now. During this time specifically, when your level comes up, if you are here, I will give it the full time of day, which, outside the lightning round, means 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here, if you are not in chat, if you do not confirm, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly, but not quite sudden death, in which I will have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That's a lot fewer than 12 minutes. That's a lot less time than 12 minutes. I think that is a good balance between prioritizing people who are present, ready to go, and playing more levels, which I think is fun. This is an auto, so regardless of which way it would go, this would be probably pretty quick. Maybe. I don't know. What's the longest an auto could be? I guess there's levels where things like... where they use, like, lag tricks to make them go really, really, really long, right? So... there is a potential auto where we're here all day, in which case that 12-minute timer would be relevant, but... I don't think this is mean. I think this is nice. Look at this. This is moving at full speed. I can tell. This is definitely not lagging to a point where it would take forever. Oh, that reminds me, I need to switch back to Mario. We were Luigi last stream, and we need to be Luigi no more. Unless someone were to redeem. Hey, Caraspino. Hey, Quentin. Unless someone were to redeem a channel point redemption. Lovely. That was a lovely level you got there. Not bad at all. Let me, I don't know why I was going to, for a second there I was reaching for the channel point thing on Twitch. As if to redeem a channel point to change back to Mario. I don't need to do that. That's not how this works. Thank you for the level. Quite a nice auto there. I can tell it took a lot of work. I think all autos generally take a lot of work. Pink Toad, okay. We actually just got a channel point incentive, like, right off the bat for Toadettes. You got it, Barnstormer. You got it. I need a drink of water. I am parched as hell. Let me hit complete. Your others are quite difficult. You're welcome to submit them. Either way, you know, we'll have 12 minutes to try any level that comes our way. Assuming we reach there. We have an 8 in queue now. I wonder if that'll be... if we'll loop by the time we get to the lightning round. Which, I'll say... let's say 8 o'clock for the lightning round. Let's say 8... yeah, let's say 8 o'clock. I feel like a later auto... a later lightning round is nice and kind for the people who need to wait and stuff. Huh? Here we go. Baptiste was next? Is that right? Baptiste was next? Yes, Baptiste was next. That's correct. I didn't screw something up. Hey, Lord Bowser, thank you for the level. Thank everyone for the level. I want to thank everyone for the level. Also, I'll say, when a level is completed, feel free to get another one in. That's how this works. I know the queue is long, and 12 minutes is a long time, but the lightning round will make everything go a lot faster, and I will say I've never ended a stream with levels unplayed. Never. Never, never, never. Even if we had to make some sort of weird on-the-spur ruling to get through them really, really quick-like, I've never ended them with levels unplayed. So feel free to just keep them in. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Give me a nice big queue. You give it to me. I need it. I need levels. I need levels. I need them. I got cards. You want me to pull a card and talk about what's on it? Let's do that. Hey, I finished Metaphor Refantasio. This is gonna be a whole thing, by the way. If you're new, you don't know. This is a whole thing I do on my channel. I pull these cards, and they have things I want to talk about on them. Like, having finished Metaphor Refantasio over the weekend. Josh, you have yourself finished Fantasio? Fantastic. Oh, it's fucking great. I loved Metaphor Refantasio. If you don't know, it is it's a Persona game. It's from the Persona people. It is in a Persona style. It has a calendar system. It has personal stats that you're raising. It has social links. It is a fantasy game though, and it's also different in a couple of key ways, like the combat being different. Social links never are not ready to be upped, basically. Though you do have to reach like certain thresholds as far as like your stats go. Like you need to be this charming to get it to the next level with this guy, or you need to do this side quest. On occasion, there's some side quests you have to do to up a rank with your socials, but it's never like you need to go hang out with Yosuke and just like you guys had brunch and you got like some music notes and that's it. And like, no. Every time you hang out with them motherfuckers, it's time for a cutscene. You know, without any spoken audio most of the time, but that's fine. That's chill. That's cool. Good writing. It constantly had good twists setting up the next thing. It never had like, let's do this. Baptiste, did Baptiste confirm? I don't think Baptiste confirmed actually. So let me hit current so Baptiste can confirm. And we'll let me wait for a second more for Baptiste to say something, okay? Okay, good. It never had like in Persona 5, right? There's always some time between the dungeons where it's like, okay, here's Baptiste usually leaves after submitting. Well, if that's true, then it'll be sudden death. But let's give a minute though. In like other Persona games, there's usually like a dead period between dungeons where it's like it gets a little bit rote and a little bit like story driven, right? I say story driven if it's a bad thing, but it's like, okay, well, here's the villain for this next chapter. How exactly do we get into a dungeon with him? And it's kind of just a good, well-told story, but at the same time, it's a little bit predictable, from the start, you know what the next dungeon is. From the start, you know who the bad guy is. And from the start, like, okay, this will be like 2 weeks of forced plot, and then we're on to the next thing. But in Metaphor Refantasio, like, every time it's between dungeons, it's taking that opportunity to, like, do plot twists and take things in unexpected directions to the point where, at any time, like, I had no idea what the next dungeon was going to be, where the plot would be taken before that next dungeon, and usually there would be, like, some meaningful gameplay to have to be done before you go into the next dungeon. Like, oh, you gotta go fight some guys, you gotta go make a party member, you gotta go, like, on this weird elaborate side quest where you beat, like, 4 specific enemies who are really tough. You gotta, like, do some challenges, and that was really quite good. I also love the way that that you traveled around the world. You had to like spend time on a trip, and while you're on the trip, you can like do social link stuff and spend time during that trip. It's like, okay, well, we have to spend 2 days traveling to this dungeon, but I can read a book on the way, and I can get some charm while I'm doing that. Or hey, even some social links can only be advanced on the road, so it's like, okay, shit, well, we got this road trip now, but hey, I can go hang out with this motherfucker! Okay, I'll plug in my fucking controller. You got it. You got it, Switch. I need to be more careful about that. Let's play the level. Anyway, I fucking loved Metaphor ReFantasio. To give a little bit of detail about, like, the plot, it's sort of like a big road trip game, you know, insofar as you're, like, traveling around this fantasy world, and specifically, the plot is the king has been killed, and it sort of ends up being a magical, election where, like, okay, due to magic, the person who is the most popular at the end of 4 months becomes the next king. And, you know, the king's assassin is in the running, and he's like, yeah, dude, I did it. Vote for me for new king, I guess. I'm very strong, you see. And you're in the running, too, and you're just, like, traveling around the country. There's, like, the churches in the running. There's, like, a bunch of third-party candidates in the running who are goofy and fun. And, you know... What is... Oh, we gotta get all the coins. You know what? I'm thinking that, maybe this is less scary. We just wait for a second. For everything to sync up. It kinda looks like these things are gonna sync up. Woo! WSG again? Ah! Okay, waiting was a bad idea. Waiting was a bad idea there. Waiting was also not an option. I don't see Baptiste, so let me finish my thought on Metaphor. Here's the thought I have on Metaphor. As I said at the top, we just got out of election in real life here, and I'll say, like, playing through Metaphor ReFantasio, which is about a fantasy election, basically, and so insofar as you're running around the country basically campaigning, I just find it very interesting to realize, like, man, like, the way you campaign in Metaphor basically comes down to, like, oh, we're wandering around the country killing the monsters that people hate and are terrorizing the population. And, you know, when we go into town with our accomplishments, we're like, yeah, we killed this many giant monsters. And also we did this many side quests. We got this guy his a spider silk when he wanted spider silk, and he made us some jeans, and now he's on our side. Now he's a supporter. And I can't help but think, why the fuck don't real political elections work like that? Why isn't the money raised for political elections used to, like, you know, I feel like if you were a political campaign, why wouldn't you just say, like, we used our election funds to feed the homeless? Like, and then you can get free advertising too, because then the newser sites will be like, hey, they use their shit to feed the homeless. How about that? And fill potholes, and if there were giant monsters, they would have killed them. Also, like, this seems dicked up that that's not how it works in real life. It seems like a real race that advertisements and podcast sets are the biggest expenditures in real life election campaigns. Unlike in Metaphor. Do better, real life. Be like Metaphor. Fantasy can change reality. If we let it. I feel like that should be something someone should do. It might be illegal, I don't know. Is it illegal to use your election campaign funds on homeless and potholes and, like, infrastructure? Things of that nature? Maybe building a public library? Or a private library, I guess, if it's by election campaigns. I don't know. That might be illegal, but if it is illegal, it shouldn't be, because it sounds like a very good idea. Yes, feminism is good. Also, I'll say that, like, is important to note, the reason I was harsh on Kamala last week wasn't because she's a woman, wasn't because of anything like that. It's because she's endorsing genocide, committing genocide. And other reasons, like, you know, other stuff. Centrism. Anyway, there's some small thoughts on that. I'll say I don't have the tag tonight for politics, so, like, we won't be doing a lot of politics. Let me just assure you again. Not gonna be hearing a bunch of that going forward. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level because, yes, Josh is up next. Josh is up next, you are right. It is your turn. Fantastic. Flavio Noob is playing through my super world, it looks like. And I'll say I appreciate that, Flavio Noob. Flavio Lube, and I like to see the likes come in. I'll say, do keep things, again, not feminism. It's not feminism to be a centrist, okay? How about that? How about we say that, Lord Bowser? I feel like you might be conflating centrism and warhawkishness for feminism somehow. I saw your YouTube short on the topic, and I was like, I don't know. This is, and also the comments on the previous content that I did, and I wanted to just make clear to you that I feel like you're conflating some things. It's weird. It's a little weird. Get that straightened out. You know, being pro-woman is not unusual, and not necessarily tied to, you know, I guess Twitch just put up a policy that said that you can't say that Zionism is bad anymore. So I'll just say that genocide is bad and leave that at that. It's not tied to being genocidal, okay? Okay. Or anti-Islamic. I could say that. I think that we have to admit that it's time to just start saying anti-Islamic and genocidal instead of, we could just say those two words, right? Like, those two words work just fine, and are actually a little more clear, and a little less, you know, I bet you some people don't know what Zionism even is. I feel like the first 100 times I heard it, I was like, what's that? I don't know. Yeah, I know I said no, there'd be less politics. I'm sorry, it just comes up. Well, free Palestine. Still. I don't think it's political to say that people shouldn't be genocided. They shouldn't. Genocide is bad. Anywho, let's play this level and start a timer. Metaphor fucking rules. Numbrec, do exclamation point add and then the code to get that in there. Exclamation point add. Let's do. Oh, jeez! The lava level is rising, so we gotta get onto solid ground here. Does it keep on rising, or is this an up and down situation? Yes, you did. That is correct. You did forget the ad. I forgive you. This is 1-1, but flooded by lava. I believe. Interesting. And with extra platforms added to make it possible. There's Bowser. There we go. Lovely. Alright, that was a good level. Good and solid. Pretty straightforward, but that's fun. That's fun in its own way, you know? You know. Let me end the timer and hit complete and get up the next one. Perfect. I think Metaphor is up there with Astrobot and basically being a front-runner for Game of the Year for me. It might be the one, actually. I think it might be better than Persona 5. When they make a Metaphor Royale, I'll be all over it. I'll have to get that. It took me like 86, 87 hours to beat it. Not including, I guess, any time that I reloaded a save. To, like, go back in time to fix something in post or something. So yeah, probably like 87, 90 hours tops. Pretty good length, pretty good length. I was able to get through it. I'm low-key thinking if I should try to get Yakuza Infinite Wealth and do that before end of year, before Game of the Year is over, but, you know, that's another 100-hour game. I don't think I have time to fit that in before Game of the Year time. I don't know. I just got my free time back from Metaphor and all. I just got my free time back. Baptiste? Did I accidentally not hit Lost last time on Baptiste? Baptiste should be not back in the queue. Okay, good. I guess I did. Barnstormer is up. Barnstormer just said GG. Fantastic. In other news, in other games I've been playing, let me tell you, I started Mario and Luigi Brothership. I bought it, and like I said last week, I, you know, was kind of put off a little bit by the review from the IGN, and basically it sounding like a lot of things I would think, and yes, I will, I'll pick one. No problem, no problem. After deciding to be like, wait a minute, I can just play this as a podcast game and not give a fuck about any of the writing, which seems to be entirely... The writing seems to be on the level of, like, a kindergartner, you know, with, like, big enemies just going like, I like to crush stuff! And the good guys just telling, like, really bad jokes. Like, I feel like calling it dad humor is, like, giving it too much credit. Like baby humor, practically, you know... Where I'm just letting it just go right by. I'm hitting B as fast as I can and just doing the gameplay, which I'll say I think IGN might have had more or less the right idea. I mean, it's not bad or nothing. Like, it's probably like a 3 out of 5, but a 50 out of 100, that's like a 3 out of 5, I guess, on a 5-point scale. Or is a 70 a 3 out of 5? I don't know. Maybe a 50 is more like a 2 out of 5? No problem, Lord Bowser. I understand. I'm gonna give you a pass for now. Just, you know, be chill in the future. Just, be chill about that stuff, okay? Okay. Anti-feminism is not what we're looking for here. Okay. That's not it. That ain't it. Okay, to continue the thought on, Woodman, Duckburg, Quackshot. These are a bunch of music levels, aren't they? Let's think for a second. So, there's a lot of... Heron, you're like, you check the list. Hit Q to check the list, but you are, like 5 down. There's quite a few in front of you. Quite a few in front of you. Rapper's Delight. Scooby-Doo! I like Scooby-Doo. Let's go Scooby-Doo. They changed a lot of small stuff about the game. And I'll say, like, about, like, from the previous Mario and Luigi games. And I'll say... Like, I am definitely of the opinion that, I would rather most of these things not have changed. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Go through the block there. Okay. I was confused there. Oh, I could have done the super world and gotten like a whole... Maybe we should have done the super world then, but this is cool. Need to do a spin jump there. One thing they changed is that now Luigi, when you're in the menu, when you're like menuing in combats, Luigi uses the A button to confirm a move, and that is just not how Mario and Luigi works. I saw a good like tweet about this that said that was basically a image from Incredibles 2 with the Mr. Incredible basically saying like, why did they change Luigi? Luigi is B, and I just think that is the most true thing anyone has ever said. Luigi is B, and I'll say like as I'm playing the game, I am definitely like 25% of the time hitting A to put in my move, and then forgetting that I'm Luigi, and then hitting A when I land on the enemy, and flubbing a action command as a result. Not good. Not good. Wish they hadn't changed that. It's also really weird now that, like, when Luigi is following, it's not the same way as it was in the previous games, right? Where Luigi is just, like, on Mario's ass, and to, like, previous games, right? Luigi was on Mario's ass, and to get over, like, a pit or whatever, you had to, put the shell on. Damn it. You had to, like, to get over a pit, you had to jump as Mario, and then jump as Luigi behind, you know, hit A, and then B button. And in this one, Luigi just sort of automatically jumps, and automatically follows Mario. And what's more, if you do hit B to jump with Luigi after you jump as Mario, Luigi just sort of jumps in place rather than jumping and following you, which means that he takes more time. So you actually lose time by doing what you would have done in any other Mario and Luigi game. I can't help but feel like that misses the appeal of it. Another thing that's really weird is that all the islands... Well, first off, there's like a million issues with this game, I'll say, for what it's worth. So, jot that down. I'm confused what we do here, but that might have been, like, more or less correct. The islands are all, like... There's a lot of them. There's, like, a lot of islands. It's not like in Mario and Luigi, the original one, where you do one area, and it's like a full meal, right? Each island is more, like, bite-sized, but in a way that is kind of shitty, if that makes sense. Dang it. You need to, like, slide or something. Whilst being a bone? I'm not sure. Whilst being, like, in bone down mode? Bone down mode. Is that what you call it? Is that what you would call turning into a pile of bones? I mean, you do it while you're dry bones shelling. And you do it by hitting down. Crumbled. Okay. Maybe that's a better term. A better turn of phrase than bone down mode. Bone down mode. Bone down mode. Christ. We might have... That's not bad as a stream title. Earlier I said, I need your levels. I need them. I need your levels. Also a good, a VOD title for the VOD when I put a title on the YouTube VOD after the stream is done. Bone down mode. Also pretty good. Also pretty good. Bone down mode sounds a little dirty. Oh, I noticed. I did notice that. It is a, it does have multiple meanings. It does have that other meaning. Can boning down be non-sexual? I don't know. Bone down mode. I love it. I love that. That I said that. Okay. Moving on, talking more about Mario and Luigi. All the islands are, like, weirdly short, right? Like, you go there, and you do, like, a handful of, like... You sort of walk around the island, explore and stuff, and do some stuff or whatever. And usually, like, most of the time, they don't end in anything really, like, climactic or satisfying, right? Like... You know in Mario and Luigi, right? The video game Mario and Luigi, where you do, like, a whole area... Dang it. You do, like, a whole area, and at the end of the area, there's, like, a boss fight. The islands are so... nothing that they don't have boss fights. They just end. And then, like, after I did, like, 3 islands, 3 whole goddamn islands, I got, like, a boss fight. And by the way, it takes, like, 2 islands for you to get hammers, and it's not until after that boss fight that you get, like, bros moves. Damn it. So it's like... The game is really slowly paced, like, holy shit. To the point where, like, you go through 3 entire, admittedly, very underwhelming areas before you get, like, the first inkling of progress, the first boss fight, the first, like, hammer moves. You know, it's just, shocking, I think, almost, how slow they made the... They made, we don't need to fight this guy. How do you get through there? I thought it was gonna be sliding, but... not so sure about that now. So yeah, the islands are all really slow. The gameplay is pretty much the gameplay. You know, you jump on guys and you avoid their attacks. Because each island basically would have your new enemies. I guess you could say, like, oh, these islands being short and sweet means that you're getting new enemies more frequently. But, I would actually say, like, no, you're not. You're actually not getting island enemies more frequently. It's just that every time there's new enemies, it's like... every time you get to the new island, it's like, something interesting might happen for a minute, and then it's like, okay, there's like a half hour here of just wandering around doing stuff, at least. Compile onto that, like, the way that the Brothership works. The Brothership is really weird. You, like... the ocean is, like, set up into these currents, right? That are sort of like train tracks, where you sort of, like, just... the ship sails around the ocean whilst you're doing other stuff, in theory. In fact, what happens is you set a route and go like, okay, I'm going here to that other island. And then you just sort of wait for 5 minutes. And you go like, wait a minute. It's gonna take like 10 minutes to get to this fucking island? What the fuck? This is worse than Wind Waker. At least with Wind Waker, you're steering the fucking ship. You know, you're stealing the fucking ship. There's like sharks and stuff. In this, it's just like, yeah, it drives itself. It's like a, it's like a train. In that way. Confused here. It's like a train, and I'll tell you, it's bizarre. Like, yeah, I've been playing this game as a podcast game, so you know, I do have something to look at when I get bored, right? Like, okay, well, it's gonna be 5 minutes of sailing, so I guess I'll watch the YouTube video I'm looking at. I'll watch this anime with full attention for a bit. But it's just like, I don't understand why you set it up this way. This seems really garbage. I'll say the fighting could get good eventually. Like I said, I only have like 2 basic moves, and I just got the first 2 bros moves, which are okay. And as a result, I would not describe the combat as anything like anything like sophisticated, right? Anything that really piques my interest, keeps me on board. It's just sort of there. So far, I'd say that Mario and Luigi Brothership is disappointing. It does look really good. The art style is really something. Frame rate aside, but yeah, I would probably say like it's going in for a 3 out of 5. If it were to heat up like 1,000%, I could see this, or maybe like, you know, by an order of 10 or something. If it got like 100 times better, I could see this. That seems a little bit far-fetched. If it got better. Oh wow, you can just do that. Okay, so yeah, I can't... I need that shell, so what do you do there? multiple meanings sounds like something an English teacher would say. No, people generally think that words have multiple meanings. That's how it works. That's the English language is a complicated thing. There is such a thing as a euphemism, as like an entendre, a double entendre. That means a phrase that can be interpreted multiple ways. Some things aren't double entendres though. Some things are just single entendres. Seriously, don't get what I'm supposed to do here. Timer's up. Let's do 5 last tries. Starting with the next one because I was looking at the thing. Very cool level. Pretty much intuitive up to this one point where I die a bunch of times. You can stop hitting control stick so you don't hop. Oh. Let's try that, assuming that we make it again. Good idea. Thank you for the tip. 06. Suppose you don't know for sure. This isn't from the author's mouth, but that does sound like a real possibility. Oh, that worked! Good shit. This will be a checkpoint. And that refreshes our doodads. Bad luck for just getting here at the end. At the end of the 12 minutes. This would be a good place to have more than 5 lives, but whatever. What are you gonna do? I'll say we could always play this again, and you know, Barnstormer, feel free to submit. Resubmit. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Much as you like. I think we need to run through, like, right away and to make this work. Run through like this. 1, 2. What? Huh? Dang, that was the last hit. I just reread that message. You can stop hitting the control stick so you don't hop. And I did it in my head in Scooby-Doo song cadence. You can stop hitting the control stick so you don't stop. So you don't hop. And then stop. It's a weird setup. Yeah. Hard to get on the, at that few tries. Definitely a difficult level. Neutral slide with momentum. Yeah. Let's, hit this miss and bring up the next level. I am hitting Lost and bring up the next level by Luigi Haraja Stain. Haraja Luigi Stain. I said those parts in the wrong order, but it's fine. Luigi is cool with whatever. Luigi, go ahead and confirm you know what to do. I'll say I think that Mario and Luigi Brothership is probably better than Dream Team. At the very least, it has like a art style and like structural changes that hang on its hat. But I don't love all those structural changes, and I kind of wish that you could still hit your brother with your hammer, and that Bros moves were still like in that same way, like combinations of one bro with another, where you're like, oh, you know, you hit your brother over the head with the hammer, he becomes small. I thought that was cool. I thought that was a cool way for it to work. And, you know, I guess it'll never work that way again. Mario & Luigi is still available on the old, systems, you know. On the Game Boy Advance Online and all that. I hope someday they'll add Dream Team, or not Dream Team, not Dream Team, that's the one I didn't like. But I hope someday they'll do DS Online, and then they could put the other two good games from the series on there. There's also Paper Jam, which I just find loathsome because I hate the new age Paper Mario post Super. Just a trash reboot series. Ugh. I don't think that the Brothership is as like bankrupt as Sticker Star. Let me also be clear in that. It's not a Sticker Star level bad in the ways that it is different. Like, no, don't get me wrong, it's not that bad. It's more like a disappointing reboot. It's like not Super Paper Mario. It's like Super Mario Party, you know? It's like, it's not as good as 3. It doesn't quite do what I want to do. But it is nice to see a Mario Party with ambition that's willing to do things a little differently for a change. It's a little bit conflicting, right? Like, I don't like the things that it's doing, but I don't like all the things that it's doing, but it's a lot better than Mario Party 10 and 11. Oh, those things were trash fires. We could be doing a lot worse than Brothership. I'll say that much. I'll say that much. I don't see Luigi Hara's stain. Let's go ahead and do the sudden death. Oh, you know what? I didn't hit next. I didn't hit next to notify and put a thing in the chat. Also, we have our choice of levels here, so let's go with... What is this? Steady race? Poison pipe steady race? This doesn't look bad. Let me do another card just real quick like. I've been playing a little bit of the Battle Aces beta. Talked about this a little bit over the last 2 weeks. Also did the beta like a little bit on stream last Thursday. It is a fast-paced RTS where every match is like 5 minutes long. And I'll say I've been kind of busy this week with anime, with metaphor, with stuff. I haven't played a ton of the beta. But I have played like a handful of matches and they've been fun. I'll also say of the beta, they admitted that their monetization stuff was garbage, and as like a make good, they immediately were like, okay, you know what? We're gonna give everyone enough credits to unlock everything. Stop yelling at us that it takes like 20 hours to unlock like a second unit. Okay, we admit it, we fucked up. Well, I don't know they said that in so much words, but they definitely did end the experiment of like, okay, how does distributing units this slowly feel? And I hope that they got the message that like, people hate it. Don't do this or you won't make any money and people will not play your game. But anyway, it's pretty cool. I've been messing around a little bit with like other units and stuff, other compositions. Just like a tiny bit, and it is very fun to get in there and do like a complete RTS game in like 5 minutes. I definitely struggle with if any time someone is attacking my base while we are having a completely other fight, like, you know, let's say we're in the middle, we're doing a big fight in the middle, and it's like, oh, workers, they're being attacked in the back line. It's like, well, fuck me. I don't have the multitasking capacity to deal with workers being fucked whilst I am already pursuing a destructive policy of killing their base. You know, I can only do one thing at once. I can't deal with harassment very well in an RTS, so that is an Achilles heel for me. I would love to sort of spec around that if I could, but you know, I'm not sure there's really such a way in the game as is, but Battle Aces is cool. I want to play more of that. The beta is ending like after next week and this weekend, so it's not going to be available for that much longer, sadly, and I hope next time it's available, it's during a time where there's not a million other games out. It's not, you know, game release season, essentially. I don't see Luigi, so let's go ahead and plow into this with 2 lives. Poison Pipe for a steady race. I have high hopes for Battle Aces, and I think they'll get in the end. You know, I'll say this is the most accessible RTS I've ever played, and if you already like RTSs and you already like playing them online, and you're already like good enough to do that without it being simplified to the level this is, then I think you're gonna have a hell of a time with Battle Aces. I am having a hell of a time with Battle Aces, and I can barely like produce units while doing the thing. Oh, jeez. Which pipe? Which pipe? Oh, it's a race. It's a race. Okay, this isn't pick a pipe. This is a race situation. Okay, cool. We should not jump up that thing. We should run up that thing. I would recommend Battle Aces. I'll say. I would recommend it. I would recommend watching it. I'll say. When it was first in beta, I didn't get that much time in the beta, but I did watch a lot of esports. I did go around and go back and watch like esports best of threes and things of that nature. And I think it's some of the best esports content I've ever seen. Honestly. Because it turns out when matches of your game are 5 minutes long, like, you can do a best of 5 series in like, Jesus. You can do a best of 5 series in like 20 minutes. And a best of 7 series even in 20, 30 minutes. And that is just amazingly fast. That is just super easy to get like a best of 7. Watch a best of 7 like before work, before doing some stuff, before, you know, whatever. And that is just really nice, really fun. And I hope that like content creators of a more professional caliber are making themselves busy these next 2 weeks, or have made themselves busy these last 2 weeks, creating some content that I can watch when I get around to it. I don't know why my YouTube algorithm hasn't suggested that, come to think of it. Maybe it doesn't realize that I didn't stop watching Battle Aces best of content because I was bored of it. I stopped watching it last time because I had literally run out of content. You know, there's not that many people doing it. And also, the first beta was like a month long. There was not an infinite supply of content to watch, but hopefully now it's all re-upped. I guess if like short matches makes for such good esports, I wonder why Marvel Snap isn't quite doing it. Well, I guess I'd say like Marvel Snap, like the biggest weakness as it is in esports is there's no spectator mode. There's no mode where you see both sides and what's in each of their hands, like in a way that is like streamable, I guess. Did they eventually figure that out? Maybe they eventually figured that out. I haven't played Marvel Snap in like half a year. Wouldn't mind going back to that and just seeing like, what the fuck's different? What are all these patches that have happened? What's up with these new cards? What the fuck? I think that'd be really interesting to return to that at some point and be surprised. And, you know, not have it be like a habit-forming thing, you know, not play like 100 million hours of it, but Rajasthan is not showing up, so let's dismiss and bring up the next one. Not have it be like a habit-forming thing or nothing, but, you know. Next up is Quentin. Go ahead and confirm. Not seeing the message in the YouTube chat. That's funny. Let me make sure that YouTube chat didn't like... Okay, good. The YouTube chat did not like desync. It's just there it goes. Okay, I had to hit the button twice. Sorry, Twitch people, seeing that twice. Or maybe it was just very slow on the YouTube side, like slower than it should be. I don't know. Speak up if you're here, Quentin. You know what to do. You are still here. Fantastic. Let me, let's go then. Also, I have more cards. Let's do another card while I'm typing in this code. I'm thinking about getting Life is Strange Double Exposure. Double Exposure. Hey, Herons. You're a couple levels away. Couple levels away. Life is Strange Double Exposure. New Life is Strange game. I love the original Life is Strange. Not 100% sure about this one since it doesn't have the rewind, and I think that rewind was secretly the secret sauce of Life is Strange, and one of the big reasons why none of the sequels to Life is Strange have been much good at all. But people are saying great things about Double Exposure. They're saying it's real damn good. And I love the first game. I love the characters from the first game. And the characters from the first game are back. At least, you know, Max is, the main character. She's in, like, a new setting. But, you know. Let's go, 12 minutes. I think I should pick that up and play it. And I think that'd be good. Not just because I want to, but also because, you know, I would like to see if it's good for Game of the Year purposes. Is it weird to want to play games for Game of the Year purposes? You know, to be like, okay, well, I might like it. I might love it, in fact. So let's get it for Game of the Year. I mean, I guess the reality is, if I'm thinking I might like it, that's reason enough to buy a game, right? That's kind of reason enough to buy a game. That I might love it. If I think that's plausible, just like looking at it. And looking at what people are saying of it. That's a thought that I have. I kind of have no other games that I have my eye on right now. And like I said, Mario & Luigi is strictly a podcast game. So now that I'm done with Metaphor, I could use a game that I play whilst doing nothing else. Whilst not being distracted. A story game, if you will. Thank you for the level. That was good. Good level. Thumbs up. Caraspino. Caraspino is up next. Another game thing. We're getting into some game news here. The next couple cards are relating to video games and news. Did you see that Overwatch Classic is out now? That's right. Blizzard put out Overwatch Classic. I've heard it's for a limited time. I also, you know, I was saying earlier that I didn't have time to play the Battle Aces beta, also for a limited time. Suffice it to say, I don't have time to play a game that I played 8 years ago, even if I do believe, full well, it's probably better than the game they have right now, Overwatch 2. You know, it being 6 versus 6, it having all the different maps that were there at launch, like, you know, the assault maps that have been vanished from Overwatch 2 for God knows what reason. Because some people are complaining babies. I think some babies complained, and Blizzard was like, okay, I don't know how to make people happy, so I guess I'll just take out content that people don't like. It's like, what the fuck? Why would you take out Hanamura for that? It's Hanamura! It's fucking Hanamura! It's one of the original maps. It's back in Overwatch Classic, and that's great. I'll say that's great. As are some of the changes that are reverted. Like, oh yeah, you can freeze people as May. You can stun people as Cowboy. I'm sure they didn't change back McCree's name, but whatever. I don't think necessarily all the reworks that were unreworked are worth unreworking. Honestly, I do think current Torbjorn is a lot better than modern Torbjorn. I do think that I like the scatter shot a lot more than I like the vision move that he had. It was not the vision move that the scatter shot replaced, right? It was no, the scatter shot was the original one. That's right. Shatter shot was the original one. It was replaced by the rapid shot thing. You know what? I do like the the scatter shot. Never mind. Never mind. I do like that one, actually. Though, I do think it is cool that he got like a little bit of a forward dash move. There's some movement options that they had later on that I think are quite cool. And, you know, I feel like there should be an Overwatch Classic that's... I feel like they could do better than just re-releasing the game as it was. As it was in its entirety, right? Like, 8 years ago. Maybe people would only be happy if they did that. Maybe that's really the only way to make everyone happy, but I feel like there's another way to just be like, okay, if it's 6 versus 6, all the maps are back, a handful of the less popular reworks are unreworked, but not all of them. You can stun, you can freeze, you can do anyone who was reworked because people cried And where it was like, well, I'm getting killed by ice. Anyone who was reworked for that reason probably should be unreworked. Anyone who is reworked because, yeah, this shit doesn't work, it's ineffective. I think those cases, those reworks should stand because, you know, characters should be effective, right? So, undo the nerfs, keep the buffs, I think would be the thing, yeah, I know I can do it. I just gotta spin there. I gotta spin there. Would be how I would, like, approach an Overwatch, classic. Also, I would very strongly consider putting in the slightly newer characters from, like, year 1, 2, 3. Hell, I'd put in all the characters, honestly. And, you know, I guess the question I would ask is there a way to make the older characters similar in difficulty to, like, or similar in style to the newer characters be more similar to, like, the older characters? Like, could you rework the new characters to feel more like old characters? I don't know. I'll say, like, I don't think I've gotten into an Overwatch character in a minute, in a while. Here we go. Like, I don't know about any of these new characters they got in that they introduced in the last couple years. Overwatch used to be a Game of the Year level game, you know? And Overwatch Classic, I'm sure, is a lot more fun and good and appreciated than the Overwatch 2 that removed Overwatch 1. Really, they should put out Overwatch Classic and just call it Overwatch 1 and have it be always available, you know? Because most games, when they become really old, they don't just become deleted. And Overwatch 1 basically was literally deleted insofar as they changed everything about it, and then they changed the name even. And they did it because they basically did it as a marketing stunt. They basically redid Overwatch into Overwatch 2 because no one was paying attention to Overwatch anymore. How did that work out? Is this the way forward for live games? I don't think so. Dang it. Z there, Z, I need to look at the indicator. This is a good level. Really quite enjoying it. Well timed. Got a little flustered there because that last jump did not go well. The one before last. Ugh. Need to sleep more soundly. Need to sleep more soundly. How about another card? In other video game news, did you watch the Universal Studios Japan Donkey Kong Country Direct? They did a direct for the Donkey Kong Country area at Universal Studios Japan. It looks really good. The land looks great. There's some goofy interactive shit that looks pretty okay. The ride queue looks nice. And you can get like a banana hot dog. I guess. I don't know. I'll say I love Donkey Kong, but I'm not really a banana man, so like they can miss me with all the food offerings if they're all going to be banana themed, which I guess why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be banana themed? He's the banana man, Donkey Kong is. Miyamoto got hugged by a big Donkey Kong person in a Donkey Kong suit. That was nice. And yeah, it's opening like December 11th? Like early December, I think, was the time frame. You know, I talked about it a lot for the last few months, but I talked about it a lot this year, and indeed, especially while it was happening, but I went to Japan like a few months ago, like a month and a half ago, and suffice it to say, the park was not open then. Kind of was a bummer at the time. It continues to be a bummer now that, like, I missed the opportunity to go to the DKC area in Japan. But hey, it looks good, and you know, I'll be going to Epic Universe soon enough. Oh, you need to spin jump there. We need a spin jump. Whatever the last chance to spin jump is. This is a cool segment though, with you know, bringing the shell forward. I like it. I'm sure, like, look, I understand that, like, most people haven't... What the hell there? Most people haven't just missed an opportunity to go to the Universal Studios Japan, we're just at Universal Studios Japan, right? Like, most people don't have this problem with the announcements that I do, right? Most people haven't just missed it by a matter of months and can just look at this and go, cool! That's cool! I probably won't go, you know, but it's good to know. And also, hey, Orlando next year. How did we get through this first time with that, that Goomba? But yeah, you know, like I said, Epic Universe sometime next year. Definitely we'll figure that out sometime next year. I think we need to start moving forward before we get to a certain height. Waiting too long is killing us. One more piece of gaming news. Let's just get through all the gaming news, I guess, right now. Did you see Half-Life 2 anniversary update? 20-year anniversary. It's on. Right before the stream started, I saw this news that they did a big patch for Half-Life 2. There we go. They did a big patch for Half-Life 2, adding some big changes, including such things as commentary, and like commentary nodes like the other ones do, and packing in episode 1 and 2 into the main original game. They're now no longer standalone games, which makes sense. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm really interested in going back to that and, you know, seeing through all the commentary to the point where I'm low-key considering doing a full playthrough of that on the channel, like, sometime in the future, but with the commentary on specifically, so we can, you know, so I can have something new to experience whilst, dang, that was close. So I can have something new to experience whilst going through it again. I've been kind of in the mood to play through Half-Life 2 again. You know, it's been a while since the last time I did. It's a fucking great game, and I think that'd be a fun playthrough. I'll say next week I have plans to do next Tuesday. I'm planning on doing Metroid Dread Randomizer, but the Tuesday after, or you know, maybe the Tuesday after that. The Tuesday after that is like Thanksgiving week. We'll see what I do on Thanksgiving week. I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll want to just take it easy for a bit. I don't know. I'm thinking that might be the next full playthrough. Look for that. And I'm not sure how long that takes. How long to beat is, How long to beat is Half-Life 2? I don't know, probably not that long. It's very well paced. I'm sure it's like maybe 10 hours long. That's like a stream, 2 streams, 3 streams. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Maybe 4 at a stretch. Maybe 4 if we take our time and do like only a little bit per stream. A couple of hours. Looks like we're about to run out of time. Go to the last tries. Let's try to get through this. We've gotten so close here. All right, good. Hey. Ooh. One more segment. Hello, Axel. Time's up, but we have 5. We have. You know what? I should expend this life before. Okay. End timer, 5 lives. Okay, great. So that means to throw... The empty part is where the direction you should throw, right? So I should throw backwards. Oh, whilst landing on the platform, while standing on the platform. I am overthinking this massively. And also flubbing it at the same time. Also. So close here. Yes, that's right, all these precious balloons. Yikes, one last try. One last try here. Let's make it count. And also hope that this works again. It did. Spring. What is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes! It's the last try, too. Oh, that was sick. That was sick. That was very sick in a good way. Sick, parentheses, good. Caraspinos. Caraspino. Yeah. Oh, fuck yes. Oh, what time is it? 7:30 roundabout. Still have a lot of time until the lightning round. Let's hit complete and get up the next level. Glad we did that one, considering that was the last segment and it was so hard to get up to that point. Mr. Coco is next. Mr. Coco just said GG. Is here, is good, wonderful. Flavanoobed liked Unmoored Minds 2, Pipeline Panic. And also, Bogus Boudoir. I love to see that. Let me do another card whilst I'm getting this one in. I finished Shogun. The Shogun, the live-action television show on Hulu? That came out a while ago. I've been going through it pretty slow with my folks. Been watching that like once a week when I was over there with them. And I quite liked Shogun. I feel like it maybe started stronger than it ended. And, you know, it definitely had... I feel like the last episode was a little bit dry and also a little bit like... We're trying to come up with like, a way for this to feel climactic. Even though it's kind of just an episode where, like, everyone sort of, like, gets into a rest state where they sort of look at each other until the next season starts and everyone goes to war or whatever, like for real this time. Very enjoyable. It's very cool stuff. It was very fun seeing like the Japanese people come to a understanding of like, oh, what is you're like not Dutch. Yes, there's more kinds of white people than just Dutch, it turns out. And or don't they speak Dutch? I don't know really. They're the Portuguese, right? So are they speaking Portuguese when they're like talking? It's not English that they're actually talking, but actually Portuguese, or is it Dutch that they're speaking? I was never 100% clear what language they were speaking when English was being spoken, but in any case, I really enjoyed like all the ridiculous bullshit, the filthy, you know, the filthy commoner pirates, you know, mercenary of what's his face, and all the Japanese feuding. That was all very well done, and I look forward to season 2 when they actually finish the damn thing. Whenever season 2 is. It's probably already like greenlit or whatever, right? Maybe? I don't know. I didn't see if Shogun got a season 2, but I enjoyed it. That's right, this is gameplay. I am playing game. I am playing this game. Right now, what you're seeing here, this is me. Shogun was great. Shogun was great. Probably the best live-action show I've seen this year? Was Fallout this year? I'd probably put Fallout above Shogun. There was more like ridiculous highs in Fallout than Shogun, I think. More ridiculous highs, more consistently like you know, taking you by surprise, taking you aback. Not that Shogun didn't have its moments, but like Fallout though. Of course, if we're talking non-live action, if we're including anime, Shogun would not be top 10. That's not really a surprise. I just watch a lot of anime, and, you know, there's been some goddamn great anime. I'll say Shogun, I think, falls into the category of, I enjoyed watching it. I don't think I'll ever rewatch it in my life. If 20 years pass, I don't think I'll be, like, down for another watch of Shogun. Unless I really, you know... Unless I really can't think of anything else to watch. Hello, Dunkler Vulcan. But that's, you know, that's true of Shogun, that's true of Fallout, that's true of a lot of shows these days. I just don't think that anyone's put out anything remotely rewatchable in the last, I don't know why I'm looking at my watch for this, in the last, like, 10, 20 years, maybe. When was the last rewatchable show? I'm sure some would say Better Call Saul. Oh, I think that, I think Last of Us could be rewatchable. I think that, House of the Dragon is definitely rewatchable. House of the Dragon, definitely the best show, I think, that there's been in the last live-action show that there's been in the last, 20 years. I'll say that. That's not true, not the last 20 years. It's no The Wire, it's no Sopranos. The last 10 years, let's say the last 5 to 10 years. That's pretty reasonable. Jeez. That time we timed out. I wonder how close we were, really. Other shows of the last 10 years that are in that echelon? Well, I've been rewatching, You know what? I got a card for it later, but I'll just say right now I've been rewatching Better Call Saul, so I guess Better Call Saul is rewatchable. I think a lot of YouTube is rewatchable if YouTube counts as stuff. I mean, I don't think it would, right? Like I could watch H Bomber Guy's oof video like 100 times. I could watch his I could watch most of H Bomber Guy's videos like 100 times, honestly. I could watch a lot of think pieces time and time again. I'll say I think a big reason for that is that think pieces have become like think pieces are better than 99% of documentaries, I think, in today's world, right? Like a lot of times you'll watch a documentary and you'll just think like, and I'll just think like, yeah, a YouTuber would do a 10 times better job than this Netflix documentary. You know, what are we doing watching this piece of crap? We could be watching YouTube and have a better time. You know, with more humor and better explanations that were not, that aren't completely, moribund. I need to run down every time I'm going downwards to save enough time. I think that was good. I think that was going good. How tight is this timer? There's a 28-second world record, so, or clear check time, so not super duper tight. It would be really cruel if one of these pipes was actually a pick-a-pipe situation, and if I just jumped into the right one, I would go right to the end, practically. That would be fucked up and evil if that was the case, but I trust Mr. Coco that this is on the level. If I delay, I think I should just die. I think I should just start over. If anyone in chat has any ideas for, like, what's rewatchable in the last 10 years, rewatchable shows, I would love to hear them, because I really am drawing a blank here. I think Better Call Saul, yeah, that's one. House of the Dragon, maybe Life is Strange. Or, sorry, Last of Us. Did I say Life is Strange earlier? I meant Last of Us HBO. They should do a Life is Strange TV show, though. That would be very cool. How To? I think How To is rewatchable. That's definitely a very rewatchable show. I could go with a rewatch of How To with John Wilson. What else? I suppose some people, they like the Marvel shows and things like Mandalorian. I only watched the first season of Mandalorian, I'll admit, and, you know, it was alright, but I don't think I'm champing at the bit to rewatch The Mandalorian. I sometimes call it The Mandalorian because I think it's funny to mispronounce the name of the show. Don't worry about it, I'm doing it on purpose. I know it's called The Mandalorian. I almost said it wrong there on purpose again. I have a problem. Santa Claus, says Flavanoob. Had a reference to some sort of Santa Claus show. I'll say, I have watched plenty of rewatchable anime in the last 10 years. You know, I watched like hundreds of animes. Probably not 100 anime a year, no. Probably more like 20 times 4. That'd be like 80. Let's say dozens. Dozens and dozens of anime a year. And probably like a good quarter of it. Maybe more than that, maybe more than a quarter of it. I would be happy to rewatch, should I find time and energy. You know? And certainly there's a lot of anime that I look back and go like, oh yeah, I could go for another round of, trying to reach for an example here, of, what's her name, and the Somali and the Forest Spirit. Let's say that is a random example of a show I haven't watched since it came out, but was really fucking good, for its time. Your first anime was Your Lie in April? I always confuse Your Lie in April and March. God, what is that one called? There's one where it's the Shogi anime, March and something. March. I always confuse those two. March comes in like a lion, is it? I always confuse those two animes because they have month names. Your Lie in April is the one about the musicians, right? I like that one. That one's good. That is a show that is one I haven't rewatched since I first watched it. And you know, I'll say like I didn't watch that one live. That was before I was like watching everything on a seasonal basis. So I wasn't like I wasn't looking at that point. I watched it after the fact. But it has been a while, nonetheless. Hey, Happy Gamer. Thank you for the level. My computer seems to do a thing where it, This is unrelated to the topic I was just talking about, by the way. New topic. My computer sometimes does a thing where it seems like windows that are in the background have like a lowered frame rate, and it's annoying because my preview monitor, the preview image of myself has to be in the background, so it always looks like the gameplay on there is at lower frame rate. Very annoying. I wish it wouldn't do that, so that I could get an accurate view of what it looks like. And like if there are visible drops on the screen itself. It's also a problem if I like unselect a game that's playing on the computer. The frame rate will drop while it's not being selected, I think. It seems like I think it can depend. I don't know. Kind of weird. I need to figure out how to not have that work that way because it's a fucking annoying. Technology is a constant nightmare. Looks like this will be the last try before 5 last tries. It is 7:40, so still, we're not in the lightning round. Maybe 8 o'clock is, some mite late for the lightning round to start on a night where I have a normal amount of things to talk about. I don't know. It's all, subjective, I suppose. Let's do these 5 last tries and, try our best. What other shows are worth rewatching in the last 10 years? Live action, let's say, specifically. Any remakes? I mean, I will say I haven't said Severance or what's the one where it's an office space and they have separate lives? Except for, no, that's not it. Those ones are people really like. The one with the football coach or whatever. There's a bunch of shows that people really like that I haven't watched. So, like, I cannot speak to those, and perhaps if I had watched them... There we go, there's the last try. Perhaps if I had watched them, I would be saying, like, oh yeah, gotta rewatch that. And Fargo, I have not seen Fargo. I don't know. Maybe I should, instead of rewatching, when I'm out of things to rewatch, perhaps I should just go with those. I don't know. Will I ever be out of things to rewatch, truly? I could go with a rewatch of Firefly right now. It's been forever since I saw Firefly. Been forever and a half. Thank you for the love, Mr. Coco. Love Firefly. I'm gonna hit dismiss and move on to the next person, who is Heron Surd. Again, Savard, who is back up and has just confirmed in the chat. What's up? Also that this level is not chill. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I also watched The Onion's Sex House. Do y'all know about Sex House? Y'all should watch Sex House. I heard about this. Giant Bomb was talking about it recently. They were saying on several streams, multiple times, repeatedly, like, oh, if you haven't seen Sex House, go watch Sex House. Put that into YouTube. Put Sex House into YouTube. It's an Onion thing. And there's like 10 episodes of it. It's a parody of reality television. It's a reality television parody where the concept is like, oh, we gonna get all these hot couples or the six hot people into a house where they can just bone nonstop, where they, will go into bone down mode to bring it back to what we were saying earlier. They will go into bone down mode and, generate all the hot content you could want. By the way, this is like 12, 15 years old. Sex House is. It's not new. But it is an amazing thing. They get like the reality show vibes down perfectly. There's a lot of good, like, just the basic idea is funny, especially like, like, oh, two hot ladies walk in. It starts with like, oh, like 3 hot ladies walk in, a macho dude, and then like a 45-year-old dude with who's married with kids walks in, and he's like, I want a contest from Tombstone Pizza. I'm not gonna have sex, but it's nice to meet people. Look forward to how that goes. And the last guy walks in and he's like, yo, what's up? I'm gay. And it's very funny to see like the whole thing fall apart, and like, at first it's just stuff like, oh, the gay guy is like, I'm realizing that no one else here is gay. I can't believe that they would not cast another gay guy. I kind of have nothing to do here. What the fuck? And also like the married guy being, I shouldn't say, but there's some good stuff there. But it descends into a horror show, basically, of just like things going wrong. They're not being like sufficient food, sufficient nutrition. It gets dark, man. It's fucking amazing and ludicrous. And y'all should Google Sex House and you should watch it all. It is, it's on YouTube. It's not like there's anything. There's not like, it's not pornographic or nothing. It's just, unless you consider like watching someone hump in a sheet on a bad, like on a hidden camera type thing. They're under sheets. They're under sheets. If there's any sex that happens, they're under sheets, and it's like not sexy at all, right? But it's very funny, very aggressively funny. Y'all should check out Sex House. I think my favorite line from Sex House is there's a point where they are being... I feel like this is a spoiler, but they are being, like, a little bit drugged. They're a little bit out of their right state of mind. And on a confessional, one of the guys says, I need food to survive because I am a human. I am a human, so I need food to survive. And you're just like... Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're right. You need food to survive. Jesus Christ. It goes in some fucking directions. And I also love the audacity of what they do for the last episode, which I will not spoil. I'll say it is a surprise after the rest of the series in the funniest way. It is the funniest fucking surprise at the end of Sex House. And like the most perfect thing they could do to end a parody of a reality show from like that era, from like the mid 2000s, late The early 2010s, maybe, at minimum. Like early 2010s, like around the turn of that decade. Around 2010, I would say. Do reality shows still work the same? Are they still as popular? I don't know. I think I've heard that they're still, like, making them. But, I can't imagine that they're as popular. I don't know. They're not really on, like, all the proper streaming services. It's funny, in a way. Some things about Sex House feel like so ahead of their time, right? Like, you hear now about, like, reality shows where they forgot to feed, or intentionally, like, you know, didn't feed the contestants well enough. We're like, oh, they aggressively made sure that the contestants were drunk, but, like, didn't make as much sure that they were well fed, and, that's cruel. That's some cruel, fucked up shit, and, Sex House is kind of ahead of its time in, portraying that, it would seem. Or this stuff was going on forever and it just only became, like, public knowledge. Yeah, this is a cool level. Ooh. I'm almost out of water. I might throw to a break in a minute or two. Maybe after this level, and I'll get some more water. We'll see. The lightning round is coming up soonish. Like in, 10 minutes, so yeah, probably throw to a break, come back, get the lightning round started. That sounds like a plan. I'm a human, so I need water to live. I need water to play Mario Maker. Have I seen you lately, piggies? I don't think so. You tell me, though. I don't think I've seen you, piggies. I'm sorry if the answer was yes. You sent a long level will be lightning round? Yeah, well, you know. I gotta start the lightning round sometime. Flava Noob, you know how it is. You're like, 5 levels down? Christ, we got a bunch of them in the queue tonight. Even if we were starting at like 8:30 or something, it would be doubtful if you could, it'd be doubtful if you would be up by that point. No, you know, it happens, it happens. All I can say is, like, you know, try to be here, like, at 6 o'clock sharp when the stream is starting, and that will always probably, almost definitely, asterisk, ensure you get in, like, beforehand. Like, I don't know, like, if someone were to look through chat logs and were to figure out, like, okay, the first person of the lightning round this stream submitted the level at, like, this time, I wonder what the finding would be, right? Whether it'd be like, oh, it's, you know, get in the first half hour and you're good. Or if it's like, no, you need to be there, like, first 5 minutes. I don't think it's that bad. In fact, have we not, like, looped around this stream already? Maybe, like, in the early, at least for the early submitters? I don't know. I don't have that information. That'd be an interesting analysis to make, on a stream-by-stream basis, but, you know, it's first come, first serve, and there's a limit to how many we can do outside the lightning round, so there you go. It also depends on how hard the levels are. You know, the more levels go to 12 minutes, the fewer levels we get in before the lightning round. But also, the more levels that we do know that require all that time. You know, like, the levels that take the most time right now, this is the time for them. This is the best time for them. This is the ideal time to play this level. I'm thirsty. Sex House. I liked it a lot. Here's another card. I watched Look Back. First anime card here. I'll do that new format of anime that I do, where I am just remembering I didn't resize any of these cards. Look Back. I found it heartbreaking and beautiful. 5 out of 5, and also all-time favorite status. Look Back is a anime movie. It's on Amazon Prime right now. Hey TOS, look at the pinned message for how to submit a level. It is an Amazon Prime movie. It is about an hour long, so it's not too long. It's actually quite brief. Basically the concept is it's about a girl who is young girl, and she grows up to become a manga artist, and it's sort of like semi-autobiographical insofar as it's an adaptation of a short manga made by the guy who wrote Chainsaw Man and drew, whole thing. The manga artist behind Chainsaw Man. And it's basically like a story, a fictionalized account, whereas where he is, represented by a girl, a lady character. Obviously, I have looked up and heard like, yeah, no, the dude is a dude. The original writer is a man, but it's still it's still like feels very personal, feels very like well written. Like the main character of Look Back starts off so smug and arrogant, and it's like portrayed so clearly that like, she has like a half a sneer on her face like the whole time as like characters are telling her like as like a fourth grader like, oh wow, you're really good at drawing, and she's like, yeah I know this, I guess. And it's just so such good quick characterization that gives way to some really fucking good drama. Is like she takes it upon herself to self-improve. She makes friends, she makes like co-workers. She forms a creative partnership, which I suppose, I show the image of it. There's two characters in the thing. Even if you don't know like what's going to be the thing, you could probably look at the art that they use to be the poster art and figure like, okay, yeah, there's two main characters here, and their relationship is a big part of it. And it was also somewhat inspired by some tragic events, which I will not be specific about because I don't want to give away like what stuff happens in it. And there's a lot of joy, there's a lot of like, regret that is palpable, as like there's like drama and like fallings out, disagreements and other things where, yeah, no, it's raw. I thought it was really fucking good, really quite enjoyed it. If you have Amazon Prime and you like anime, if you like Chainsaw Man especially, I mean, it's a drama, it's not Chainsaw Man, but it's by the same guy, so you might find it interesting. And it's sort of about his life, so, a semi-autobiographical thingamajig. You might enjoy it. I found it to be fantastic, and would heartily recommend it. I'll say a funny thing about that. It's on Amazon Prime, right? And I'll say, like, Amazon Prime has a really fucking funny way of, like, it's at the end of the movie, right? It's sort of bittersweet. It's sad. It's not even bittersweet. Bittersweet is the wrong word. It's complicated emotionally. What has happened in the movie, it's sort of a down note, and suddenly in the lower left corner, up next, Zoolander. Which, god damn it, I couldn't help but take a picture of that real fast, because it could not be more out of place in this, like, final moments of a very sad ending. Up next, Zoolander. as I'm, trying to soak in the sadness, soak in the music, enjoy the last moments of a very fine anime. But up next, Zoolander cannot be dismissed. You cannot say, no, I don't think I'm gonna watch Zoolander at 3 a.m. I think I'm done with movies for tonight. No. You have to just sit there and accept that Amazon Prime is just gonna keep on saying, up next, Zoolander, until you, finish the credits and hit the X button at the top of the wherever it is on Amazon Prime. I don't know where it is on Amazon Prime. That's dumb as hell. I wish it wouldn't do that. Honestly, I don't really like autoplay on, when I'm watching stuff. I would like to just let the show speak for itself. Say what it would say. Let the movie speak for itself. Even if I would have autoplay, I would have it be done after it has concluded, like, YouTube or whatever. That would be my preference. What the fuck? Up next, Zoolander. Up next, Zoolander would not be a bad name for the stream as well. Talking about, like, names for the stream that would be possible. Up next, Zoolander would be a funny name. Up next. Or, next up, Zoolander. Up next, Zoolander. That's a distinct one, at least. How many podcast streams, archive, how many, like, episodes of a thing have been called Up Next, Zoolander? Probably very few. In fact, probably none. I would hazard a guess a lot of my stream names are original just by virtue of them being, like, references to Mario Maker viewer levels, the difficulty of such levels, or random things that are said. How often is it that someone has already said the things that I'm saying? There's probably no good answer there. Hey, Eatwee, how you doing? 5 tries to beat this level. Fuck, there's the first one. And I am thirsty as fuck. So, before the lightning round starts, I'm going to go get a drink of water, and I'm going to throw to a break during that. And, I'll say, like, if you're watching the archive, that break will be skipped over. You don't have to do nothing. Don't worry about it. But if you're watching live, just, wait for a minute for me to get my water thing refilled so I can be hydrated and not die. Very important that I be hydrated. 2 tries left. 1 try left. Right down to it, folks. This is the run. I can feel it. I can feel it. This is it. That was not it. Early GG. Too early. Too early. No. Thank you for the level. Let me hit, dismiss. Next up is Lord Bowser. You can confirm anytime you like, Lord Bowser, you know what to do. I'm going to throw to a break and go refill my water because I am thirsty as fuck. And after I'm done with that, we'll kick off the lightning round. And I'm back. Did y'all see some weird flickering where we were in the break screen? I saw some weird flickering by the cube bar. Never seen anything like it. Hopefully that was just a one-time thing. Hopefully just on my end. I don't know. But not gonna be part of the VOD, so whatever, I guess. I don't know. Look back. Really enjoyed it. I would suggest people give it a look if you like movies. or anime or manga. Got a little shade of like don't mess with the what's that anime called? Kind of a touch of that sort of spirit to it, in addition to being a very realistic drama thing that's very fun. Don't mess with the... What the fuck is that anime called? Doesn't matter. It's like that one where they make it... Where there's a club that makes anime, and it has that really popular song. Opening song. It starts with an E? Whatever. Hey, it's time now. It is time... Folks, it is time now for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, refreshing at checkpoints. 5 tries, 7 for Twitch subs, that's premium. Premium, ones who pay money, you know. That's a money thing on the Twitch side. And also for the first level of the night, who is Lord Bowser, who is here, and those extra lives, those extra heads, come in the form of these bonus heads that come in a variety of forms, from Bowser to like Luigi to some that aren't even Mario, and those ones are less likely to show up. They're all randomized. I am going to pull up the thing so we can't see what's on, and I'm going to hit the stop button. Toadette, hey, appropriate. We're playing as Toadette right now. That makes sense. Let's do this. All right. Oh, I don't think that many cards left, I'll say. I don't know I was prepared that many cards today. How many cards are left, really, today, right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so like a little more than half, actually. I think that's a little more than half. There are quite a few cards left, for what it's worth. But no reason to worry about it. We'll get through them at a nice, even pace. Oh, a little tired. Could sleep better. Could sleep better. Could sleep longer. Really need to get in the habit of just getting one big night of sleep and not napping so much in the afternoon. Been trying to nap less, because I feel like if I'm napping at like 6 p.m., 4 p.m., around there, you know, that's like stream time, so it's gonna be awkward when it comes time to do a stream, and I'm like just being like, yeah, I could be awake from like midnight to 1 a.m. no problem, but right now, at like right after work, man, I could go with a little bit of rest. Five GH round 2. Yes. Right, this is the one from last week that wasn't so hard. There's a YouTube short of this one in the can, ready to go as soon as I pull the trigger, where I say it's not very hard. And I stand by that. Stand by that, no matter how many times I died then, and no matter how many times I die now. We will get through this. Hello, Axel from Argentina. Need to do more clipping. Managed to clip up the... Last week was a very topical stream, and I figured I had to clip everything from that before it went bad. Also, I feel like everything that's topical in that, probably I shouldn't use as a short. Probably I should focus on the non-political stuff for YouTube shorts, but, I don't know. Worth a shot, at least. And worth considering. And now that I've considered it, I should probably delete those ones that I had prepared and just stick with the ones that are, you know, Just stick with the ones where I die in a funny way. Those are evergreen. Those are always good. Those would be good 4 months from now. They'd be good now. And also, they are entirely uncontroversial. Everyone can enjoy someone dying in a dumb way. Whereas, like, you know, there's many walks of life, many people who would disagree with my takes on the more sensitive businesses. It's not a word. All that to say, what was the point there? I don't know, I'm tired. Was I still talking about being tired? I feel like I was still talking about being tired. Making sure to do, like, Twitch clipping and have that, you know, lead to a good amount of shorts. That takes energy and time, and, you know, I need to be awake for that shit. Did we get to the boss and then die here, I guess? Right! Fuck, this shit. That's right. Yeah, this one is, difficult for a lot of reasons. Oh, there's 2 Zappas behind there. There's not just one. And if they're, like, desynced, they're gonna zap at different times. You can't just trigger it while they're going up and hope for the best. And, like, the on-off can provide a shield, but it also makes it so that balls don't get through. Like in Dandadan, we can't get our... We end up with some ball trouble. We start losing balls, and, you don't want that to happen. They're also gold, like in Dandadan. One more. We did it! Okay, cool, good, okay. Ugh. Oh, solid level. Ugh. I'm stretching. Hitting complete, bringing up the next one. Ooh. Terminator mode is here, just said GG. I don't know who Keela is, if that's like a Kayla. I know some Kaylas. I know some Carlas as well. I say some, I know one of each. I know a Kayla and I know a Carla. I don't know a Keela. Here's a card. One more anime that I finished this week. Uzumeki. Which, I was pretty hot on to begin with. Unfortunately, though, it's a 4-episode special adaptation of a horror anime, and, well, after the first episode, it really turns to shit. They forgot to finish it. It falls apart at the seams, the animation becomes laughably bad, and also, I'll say for my part, I found that, like, the horror scenarios become, like, ridiculously silly, and ridiculously, like, just... not scary to me, just more like... At a certain point, it begins to feel like lol random, right? Like, there's one point where a guy appears who's just like a corpse with a jack-o'-lantern with like a Jack-in-the-Box style spring on his bottom half of his body, and he's like going like, spring, spring, I'm a jack-o'-lantern guy, and I'm just going there like going, what the fuck is that shit? That's out of nowhere, that's unexplained, and they don't explain it, it's just a thing that happens, and it's kind of weird, and the show kind of ends up being full of things like that, really made me question like whether the original manga, the original Junji Ito manga, is really quite the magnum opus that people say it is. I saw Mother's Basement. Hey Billy, if you submit it, I will play it. Exclamation point ad, and then your code, and that gets it into queue, and then you gotta wait for a while. Or I'll play it in sudden death, your choice. You know, whether you're here or not determines that. I saw Mother's Basement video on it, and he was basically saying like, you know, he, on the other hand, has seen the source material and can speak to what exactly happened there. And he was very much in agreement of like, yeah, it's kind of becomes a big mess plot-wise. And the big reason is because they're just cutting together all the most iconic moments. I said, submit your level using the add command. Look at the, here you go. Boop. There you go. Follow that message. Sudden checkpoint. Okay, so we're racing Yoshi here. Racing Yoshi, okay. I think if we... Oh, we're not racing Yoshi, we're assisting Yoshi. But it is a race against time, okay. Mother's Basement was basically saying, that YouTube channel was basically saying, like, was basically saying, like, a big part of why it fails... Oops. How would that have worked if we hadn't missed? Let's just run through dry run style just to see what exactly we're in store for. Mother's Basement was saying, like, yeah, they basically cut together all the most iconic moments into a disorganized narrative, and of course, when you do that, things feel sloppy and not thought out. There's no time to marinate in the humor, or in the horror. You're already off to the next thing. And, you know, perfectly good stories are being broken up by like a half dozen other stories that just don't go together. Like, oh, this story is interrupted by that story, which is in turn interrupted by another story. And this one just has like a couple minutes of airtime. Dang it. This one only has like a couple minutes to set everything up, and it just feels rushed as a result, and yeah, that's what happens when you rush through everything. I'll say, in my opinion, nothing after episode... As it went on, it got worse. I thought that the finale was the worst of all, and was just full of things that didn't make sense. Characters saying things that made me go like, wait, was that established? When did you find out that this is like a loop, and this has happened like 100 times? I'm pretty sure this is the first I've been hearing. I've heard of this being like some sort of grisly fate that the town must live out every such and such years. Okay. So I gotta... Looks like we're good now. Yoshi is just in place. And I just gotta hit the switch to release Yoshi. To get him to deliver another, shell. Please do exclamation point add. There we go. Second hit. Let's go get that third hit. Damn. Did we get a checkpoint there? No, we didn't. No checkpoint. Okay. No new checkpoint. Okay, this is the last try. Let's do it. That was really damn close, too. This is one of the most challenging balloon levels I've seen. I think it's cool. I you know, don't usually have the pleasure of being inflated like a balloon. In a good way. Just not something that happens in my life. Ugh. Anyway, Uzumeki is a real big shame. Like I said, when I watched the first episode, I was into it. Everyone on the internet was into it. There was a lot of genuine excitement, and all that has fallen by the wayside as it's become clear that it's a big fucking disaster. Big fucking disaster, and you know, yeah, shit. What can you do? It sounds like it was budgetary. It sounds like it took forever to do episode 1 with a really good director. So they replaced him with a less good director who, you know, coincidentally is also responsible for Tower of God Season 2. Oh my god. That would have done it, I think, too. Whoa, Yoshi! I think that might have been fucked anyway. Yoshi got out of his loop somehow. Anyway, Uzumeki, very big shame. It had a very promising start. I gave it a 2 out of 5. Not good. Not good at all. It's almost a mercy that it's only 4 episodes long, because that means it just had a lot less time to suck. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Anywho, what am I doing? It's still the lightning round. I need to hit the dismiss button and bring up the next one by Numbrek. Numbrek, go ahead and confirm. Numbrek. Haven't seen Numbrek in a minute, I don't think. In chat, Numbrek, now is the time to confirm. Do another card. There you are. Hey, confirmed. Follow up on catching up on anime. I've said before that I've been pretty far behind on this season of anime. I only basically caught up like a week or 2 ago. Was it 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago? At the start of the season, I was in Japan on vacation, so I didn't have time to like try out all the new anime and keep up with all the ones that were finishing up at the same time. So fell behind on a few things, most especially like a bunch of anime that a returning anime, Spirit Chronicles, that I wasn't digging the first episode of, as well as a couple of the shows from last season that were continuing into this season that I wasn't like wild about. Specifically Tower of God and what was the other one? It's Sengoku Yoku. And I'll say I have caught up now on 2 of those. I've caught up on Sengoku Yoku and Spirit Chronicles, and I'll say kind of better than I was expecting them to be. Like, both of them on the whole. I'll say, like, we'll go in, like, reverse chronological order. I watched Spirit Chronicles first, and then I caught up on Sengoku Yoku. I'll say of Sengoku Yoku, I think that first season, that first core, the first half of season 2, was a little bit slow. It was a little bit slow setting up new characters and not giving you as much information as for what was going on with old characters. And I'll say in this second core so far, in like the 6 episodes I watched this week, they're doing some good shit. They're finally bringing back more of the old characters. They're finally like addressing what's going on with them. They're doing some really good payoff for both the old characters and the new characters, while still introducing new characters that seem pretty good. It's at an all-time high, honestly, right now, after the last season. The last core was pretty slow and tedious. Conversely, it says lag battle. Ooh, lag battle. Conversely, Spirit Chronicles. I really didn't like the first episode of that. I found like the introduction of yeah, this is gonna lag us up. It's gonna make us very slow, I think. It's gonna slow down our gameplay. Do we have to jump there, or is it just free? See? Very slow, very slow. Oh, wow. You really need to hold it down a bit longer to really slow down from that. I was thinking just a brief tap would be enough. Spirit Chronicles. Sengoku Yoku, by the way, is like a period piece. It's like a period piece about where it's like feudal Japan, and there's like monsters and people fighting monsters and people who are trying to. And there's a kid who has like 1,000 demons in it. It's pretty cool. Though again, I feel like the characters from the first season are the ones that I'm more interested in. The first season, before the second season. But yeah. Yeah, this is laggy as hell. That is true, Nembrek. Spirit Chronicles is like an isekai where the main character, he goes into another world and he's overpowered, and he gets like a bunch of he you know, sort of uses his overpowered skills to get like a whole gaggle of ladies who are not quite romantically interested in him, but are like, you know, cute and good. And I'll say like the first episode score put me off for a lot of reasons. How do you submit a level? Here, let me help you. Did I might have hit a button. Here you go. How to submit. There's the instructions for that. I'll say Spirit Chronicles, that first episode I found to be, of the new season, to be really wildly disconcerting, right? Like, it starts off, I guess, in the middle of something else that was going on last season, that I have, like, entirely forgotten about. Apparently, like, a bunch of other isekai people were summoned, and they immediately got, like, captured by slavers, and I was really put off in that first episode of the new season because, like, overpowered bro, he, like, came by. Hello, Jorb, how you doing? He came by, right, and he was like, I'm gonna rescue these isekai people from the slavers. And I'm just watching going like, wait a minute. And you know, as soon as he gets a chance to be like, okay, I'm just interested in the isekai people, you know, they sort of come to an understanding and he lets them off the hook. And I'm just sitting there going like, yeah, I don't know, man. How can you, as the show creator, show us enslaved children who are like not isekai'd, so, you know, aren't like special or nothing, and then, like, wouldn't you as like an isekai'd person go like, wait, what about the other slaves? They're children. This ain't right. But apparently they all forget about the slave children like 10 seconds in. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it's like something that wasn't in the manga or something. It was just like an excuse for them to have like a moment of combat. I say that, it's immaterial whether it is or isn't in the manga. Regardless, it's a bit crap. I feel like I forgot that I was laggy during that fight there, and just expected to be able to jump out of the way. Dang. We were almost through. We were almost through. Billy, follow instructions in message, or in the pin message. You don't think the children were even in the light novel? Cool, okay. That's interesting to know. I'll say, since that episode, it's been, like, low-key fine. It's just been a bunch of, like, isekai people and people of the world who are cute, or otherwise, like, you know, nice enough. So we're just hanging out, and like, figuring out who's gonna go do the plot, and who's gonna hang back and hang out and be chill. And most of them are hanging out and being chill, it turns out, while our main character does more, like, OP stuff, if he likes, I guess. It's very okay. It's not bad. It's a lot. I'll say, like, I have revised my opinion on it a good deal since last week. It's not terrible. It's not terrible at all. I think it's not the most mid thing that I'm watching, even. I kind of think that magical stories of girls who couldn't become magicians is a little bit more mid than it. But, and also, like, Tower of God. Tower of God, I think, makes both of the shows that I caught up on look good. I do not look forward to having to catch up on Tower of God. Maybe I will in the near future. You get your code and then you do exclamation point add. Look at what other people are doing. Look at what other people are doing. Look what Jorb did. Billy. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one. It was so close, you're right. 06I. I don't know how I forgot I was lagging. I guess I got just too caught up in talking about Spirit Chronicles, I suppose. 06I is here. I'll say I've been watching other stuff too. Been watching other stuff too, and that includes anime, of course. I watch a lot of anime. Shout out. You know what? I'm not gonna shout out the best shows of the season, like Dan to Dan and Ranma and a bunch more, because I've done that like every stream recently. The last episode. Wait. Next week, last episode of ReZero Part 1 ends? Wait, what? I thought ReZero was just going until it was over. It was going for like 16... Is it not going for 16 episodes? Is it going only for half that? Oh, man. It's... I'll say ReZero has been good. Oh, it's 16 episodes split into 2. That's not what AniList told me the other day when I was looking. You can say the code, and maybe I can enter it for you, Billy. Do what you can. Oh, that's unfortunate. I feel like that one's not going to rank that highly on my list if it doesn't have a fucking conclusion. I've been kind of really wondering, like, when it's going to do a loop, how the loops are going to look in that. I'm really confused about how they're structuring that dang thing, that dang season. Unfortunate. I love ReZero. This season has been pretty good. But, like, I need a death. I need some loops. I need some iteration. I need him to learn in one cycle what to do in the next cycle. 2.5 Dimensional Seduction. Shout out to Trillion Game. Shout out to 365 Days to the Wedding. Negative Positive Angler. Don Machi has been pretty good. Blue Box. Shout out to Acro Trip. Villainous Goes Down in History. Grieving Soul is okay. Shangri-La Frontier. Ooh, Shangri-La Frontier. Demon Lord. Orb. Ranma. And Magiluminaire is pretty good too. I'll say Suma Show. Kind of disappointing me with some of their plot twists and stuff. I was really disappointed by last week's plot twist on Suma's show. It's kind of similar to... Here's what you do, Billy. Hang on, let me show you what to do. I'll submit it myself, and if you want to submit it yourself, you can take over that. What you do here is you put in add and then the level code. Here you go. I'll do it for you. Do you see? Do you see? Here. I have just submitted it on your behalf. I would appreciate it if you submitted it yourself using this exact text, that exact message. And then I'll remove myself and your level will be in there, okay? Okay. Really, though, I kind of wanted to talk about other things I've been watching. Like, I did rewatch, like, in addition to Better Call Saul, I've been rewatching Better Call Saul. I'm, like, in middle of season 2. The Suma Verde stuff is going on. The retirement home case. That whole arc where Saul, or Jimmy as he's called then, is like, what I was going to say about Suma's show is that it's doing plot twists that are very similar to the Grandparents Become Young Again anime, except Grandparents did it right. Suma's show does it wrong, where, like, Grandparents is still light and fun, even when supernatural twists are happening, involving the main premise, getting a little more twisted and a little more involved. It's like getting good-natured humor out of its sci-fi twists, whereas, like, Suma's show is a lighthearted show that has throwing in some sci-fi twists to twist a knife on you and be like, ah! I thought this was going to be lighthearted, but you're twisting the knife here. What are you doing? We're trying to have some fun here. You're being all, like, dark about this crap and making it depressing and like, serious. And, like, stressful in a weird way when it really shouldn't be those things. I don't know. Kind of disappointed where Suma's show has gone. Better Call Saul, I'm like midway through season 2. It's okay. I don't think it has anything on Breaking Bad, I'll say. Rewatching it now, I think Breaking Bad is just all winners, and Better Call Saul can be a little slow at times as it goes through some of its arcs. You know, as you have to go through, okay, he's got to figure out, like, this is not where he belongs. I get it. I don't know. Maybe that's silliness. Maybe I'm being silly, irrational, not giving it the credit it deserves. But, definitely not loving it as much as I love Better Call Saul, or as much as I love Breaking Bad. But, again, it's good. It's all right. Definitely glad to be watching it, and it's a perfectly good thing to rewatch. And I'm looking forward to getting to the parts that I never saw because I got tired of waiting for later seasons to show up on Netflix, and I just sort of like, you know, when they did finally come after like 3 years, I was just like, okay, I'm good. No, thank you. I'm curious if these parts I don't know about will like blow my mind. By all allegations, they should. Like, we should be getting into parts where I'm just like, oh, wow. I want to see the next episode, like, right now. And, I'm curious. Very curious about, getting to those parts. Right now, it's just like, yeah, Casa Verde. He's gonna get out of there. There's gonna be some stuff with, some more stuff with his brother being a dick. There's gonna be some stuff where they get in an office or something. And, but then eventually, I mean, I'm now talking about parts I haven't seen. I know that like, the characters from Breaking Bad are gonna show up and they're gonna start building a drug lab. Because I've seen Breaking Bad, I know that this happens. I know they're gonna show up and then, like, I know what happens, right? I also, randomly, I also randomly rewatched Terminator 2. Terminator 2 fucking rules. Fucking great movie. No fates and all that. And yes, I did rewatch Zoolander. I was taken in by this message that popped up after I watched Look Back that said up next Zoolander. I didn't watch it immediately the night that I watched Look Back. I watched it like last night when I was bored and I couldn't find anything better to watch on Amazon. And it's just like, what the fuck? This movie's kind of funny. And indeed, it is kind of funny. I would say that Zoolander kind of has like has like a couple really funny scenes in there, right? Like it's the scene that you know. It's the scene that you know. That's the funniest scene where he says, "What is this? What is this? I can't get the line right. What the hell is this? A center for ants? How can we teach kids how to read if they can't get in the building?" And it's a model. You know that scene. The scene where the guys kill themselves by gasoline explosion is also pretty funny. As far as funny scenes go, I guess I could name every funny scene in Zoolander. Do you think I could? I think I could, if I wanted to. How many am I missing here? The one where he comes in and tries to accept the award that he didn't win. That's kind of funny. The idea that, like, male models are assassins. That's something I think everyone forgets about. I say everyone. I say everyone. I have 5 tries, Billy. 5 tries. Refreshing at checkpoints. Speaking of, there we go. Oh, and I can remove myself since you got in there. Let me take myself out of the queue there. It was an alright movie. I don't know. I didn't have a problem with it. I enjoyed watching it. Though I'll admit the next morning I was definitely like, man, maybe I should have just like watched like a half hour of it while I was eating my ice cream. And then like, you know, once I was done with my ice cream, just went to bed. And not just watch the whole thing and then and there. You forget in Zoolander, at least I forget, that the whole plot is that he's been brainwashed to become an assassin. And, the whole reason for that is that male models, they have no independence. They are ordered around, and they're also, like, in shape and like, you know, athletic and such. There's some funny jokes where, like, it's Lincoln being assassinated, and Booth gives like a cute face after assassinating Lincoln. That's a funny bit. He gives like a male model face. That is a funny bit. I think it's funny when he gives the remake to the love interest girl, the hair situation. That's a cute bit right there. I like her character a lot. I like the guy who reveals the information in the middle part of the movie. I know who he is and what his deal is. I just don't want to spoil Zoolander. I guess that movie is very old. Is it okay to spoil Zoolander? I liked hearing the music, Relax, Don't Do It. That's a great song to have it be like the trigger. Is it a spoiler to say that's the trigger? You can sort of figure it out when it first plays. I mean, it's the song that they use to brainwash him. So, there you go. I liked hearing that song. Is it a bad sign when you're looking for things you like in a movie and, oh, that song was pretty good, is one of the things? Maybe. It's like a 3 out of 5. Zoolander is probably, realistically. It's probably not a 4 out of 5. It's probably shy of that. But it is like the definition of a very average movie, I think. I think Zoolander is a 3 out of 5. Maybe I'm harsher on like live action movies than I am on anime, honestly. I'll admit. Hey, Daniel. Good shit. I enjoyed it. 06i. Flavanoob. By the way, I'm just wondering right now. I forgot to set up my images ahead of time. I'm wondering if they're good sizes. Let me try putting them on screen and seeing how they are. That's okay. That's okay. They're all fine. Okay, good. That's a card that's coming up in a little bit here. Those ones. I kind of wanted to see if the sizes was right. You have a level, but your Switch is dead? Well, I need your code. I need a code to accept the level. You understand. Flavanoob was the last level, right? Was Flavanoob the last one? That's right. There's some Windows related... There's some stuff I want to complain about regarding Windows. Let me check and see. Flavanoob was the last one we played? No, this is the next one. This is a different code. Okay. How long is the fade length for images? Like the amount of time? It's either 500 or 200 milliseconds. Sometimes I change it to 500. Other times I just keep it as 200. But usually I think 500 milliseconds. These are things that you have to remember as a streamer to set up every time you make an image. So, of course I have the number on hand. I know it. I know what I like. 500 milliseconds. Have a second. It's something you set yourself, though, so it's not like everyone would have the same thing. Here's another card. Oh, here's that card. Actually, the card that is related to those images. Still dealing with Windows fuckery. Tech support is fucked these days. Yeah, so I'm still dealing with some Windows shit right now. In particular, last week I updated my computer. And during that update, it apparently, like, something wrong with my Windows key, and now my computer thinks it's unactivated, and every, like, couple of hours that the machine spends awake, eventually this overlay appears on my main monitor. Activate Windows. Go to settings to activate Windows. And it's just the most annoying thing in the world to me. Just the most annoying thing to see that thing pop up and be like, ah, god damn it. And it goes away if you reset the computer, if you turn it off and on again. Not if you put it to sleep or in hibernate. So I've been resetting my computer a lot recently and turning it off when I step away from it. And that's pretty annoying, but not as annoying as the thing. I've been trying to go back and forth with tech support, trying to be like, hey, you admit that this is a problem, this is a known issue, there is a ticket open to fix this, whatever. Can you give me a code in the meantime that works so I don't have to see this? Can you help me through this problem? Assuming that this is just permanently fucked, if that code is gone, can you help? I will say I did do some noodling before the stream today. I was able to find like a registry key that was like, Yulito, you have to do it like this, hang on. Let me help that viewer up. There you go. Do it like this, everyone. Do it like this. Submit like that. Like Axel did. I was able to find like a backup key of some sorts, and I put that into the field in Windows, and it was like, it allowed me to go to the second screen of like, if you put in just like random numbers, it'll be like, that's not a code. But I put in this, it went to the second screen, and then it tried to do some stuff like validating online and said like, nope, no good, man, buy one. And I don't know what the fuck. I have been like messaging back and forth with like tech support on Twitter, like the Microsoft tech support on Twitter, and I have tried to get calls with Microsoft a couple times, but like they have not been able to help sufficiently, unfortunately, because when you ask for a call back, it usually takes a couple hours, and I have been like, okay, so caller ID got this one. This one came in like 3 hours after I put in the request, and that was after midnight, so my sleep mode was on, so that ate that call. And I was able to get on the call one time, but I was just saying to the guy, like, look, your fucking thing ate my code, so you gotta fix it. And he was like, well, so do you shouldn't use an X. Well, sir, you need to stop cursing so much. And I said, like, man, I have paid $120 for this Windows code, and I demand satisfaction. I demand justice. Okay, you just gotta stop. You are cursing a lot, though. And I was just like, and I say, indeed. And then he hangs up, and it's like, what the fuck? This took like 2 hours to get someone on the line, and you can just hang up? What a dickhead. You know, no quotes, Yuto. Like Daniel did. No quotes around that. In fairness, I did say fuck a couple of times, but not at him. I was saying fuck about things that the company that he represents did. That, I think, is that is being very impartial for when you're angry and yelling at someone over like customer service. I think, what the fuck are we coming to if you can't yell a little bit when you're mad at customer support? Like, you're supposed to be able to fucking chew out the person at the company that screwed you over. That's how it works. I'm American, goddammit. This is America. And, you know, we might not be the most belligerent people in the world anymore. That's Israel. Israel has taken that from us. But we're still pretty far up there. And, you know, we believe in the rights to yell at a motherfucker and to vent our anger on tech support, especially when they are potentially costing us hundreds of dollars. Anyway, I'll say, like, you know, I have messaged the Twitter people with the code and been like, hey, I got a code. I found a code in the registry. Is this enough for you to get me the help I need? Is there a way to make this code work? Can you go, like, punch up your thing and be like, oh, it looks like it's used, but it's used in your machine, so maybe we can make that unused so that you can reuse it again. I don't know, but if they don't do it, I'm gonna have to buy it, and as a result, I've been looking at, like, how much that costs. YouTube shows that 16 people have sub and 84 people have not sub. I don't know what you mean by that, Billy. Like, to this channel? Can you tell that? I don't know that you can tell that, or that many people would be watching. That would be a surprise to me. But a happy surprise, to be sure. Anyway, I'll say, like, I went looking for, like, other ways to get Windows keys, and it turns out it seems like you can get Windows keys for a lot cheaper than what I paid. You know, to the point where this is turning out to be useful insofar as, like, maybe when this is all said and done, maybe Windows will force me to buy a new key, but maybe this will be a good learning opportunity to not pay $125 to Amazon to get a key, but instead just, like, find one online or off eBay or something. Apparently you can get them for, like, anywhere between 10 and 20, 30 bucks. And I'll say, though, the only problem with this is very obvious, which is that you don't know if they're fucking real. Like, you see this page, this is one that's on Groupon or something, and you go down to the reviews there. Here we go, that's the right image. You go down to the reviews and you read them and you realize, like, it's all so fucking vague, right? Where we're like, okay, so part of it is off screen, by the way. This part of this image, that's fine though. You don't need to see the whole image to understand my point, for what it's worth. Instant product code. Click, lick, add code. Your product is working. This is the first time purchase for me. Everything went smoothly. A bit nervous, but yeah, it works. The product is good. And it's like, these reviews are made by bots, I can tell. You know why I can tell? It sounds like they don't know what they're reviewing. They can't say the word Windows. They have to say the product works. I got the product. The product code worked. I am happy about that. And it's like, you couldn't, like, get ChatGPT to generate you, like, a fucking message that was unique and tailored to the fucking product that it is a review on? Like, how fucking lazy are the review bot people these days that they can't write convincing looking reviews? My God. Maybe it's a thing where, like, if you ask ChatGPT to come up with an automatic review for you, it looks so much at bot reviews that it generates a review that is, like, approximating a bot review, actually. Maybe it's just thrown off by that. Maybe that's the reason why it's so fucked. Also, I'll say, like, you know, at the end of the day, I wanted to say, like, okay, well, even if this thing doesn't work, I did see on something called Microsoft Store that you can get Windows 11 Home for, like, 25 bucks, like 30 bucks or something. And then I realized, like, wait, this Microsoft Store isn't the official Microsoft site. This isn't Microsoft. This isn't real. This isn't real. And just, like, immediately realizing that, like, oh fuck, you know, that's not the safe option, it turns out. That's just another landmine. So I'll say I'm gonna try over the weekend to get them to fucking fix my shit, and if I can't, maybe I'll pay money to them to fix it, but I'll try to pay like 20 bucks tops, you know, the cost of a Five Guys burger. I'm not paying like 100 bucks again. That's right out. And I'm really hoping Microsoft will just fix my problem for me, because otherwise I'm gonna have to, like, you know, I'm gonna be angry, you know. I need to take this out on them. They fucking fucked me out of fucking my money, right? And I'm definitely trying to think right now, like, what the fuck can I do to get back at them for this, right? Like, one thing I can do is tell everyone, you know, once I do find a way to buy Windows for less money, if they make me do that, I can tell everyone I can that they don't have to pay full price to Windows. You don't have to pay full price for Windows. I will do that. I will do a YouTube short. If they make me pay for Windows again. If they make me pay for Windows again, I will put out a YouTube short telling everyone to not pay for Windows, not pay full price. And that'll be like one part of my go fuck yourself revenge. My petty slight back to them. Another part will be, maybe I cancel, you know, Game Pass finally. It seems like they've been making it a worse and worse deal year in, year out. I still enjoy having it, especially because I like to do stream content around it, and, you know, I like those streams a lot. Those Game Pass streams where I play a bunch of Game Pass games. I couldn't do a stream like that without Game Pass, but, man, if you test me on this, Microsoft, like, I have options. And of course, the final thing is just like to play the long game, you know what I mean? I'm trapped here. No, I'm not. Okay, good. This is a donut block, not another block. The last option is to play the long game and to say, like, okay, the Nintendo Switch 2 is about to come up, right? The Nintendo Switch 2 is about to come up. About to come out. The Nintendo Switch 2, hopefully, ideally, will be able to run the kinds of games that you need an Xbox or a PlayStation to run. The Xbox Series X in my apartment, maybe about to become antiquated and about to become a thing of the past, except for exclusives, if they test me on this. At which point, like, yeah, no, Switch 2 all the way every time. In fact, it might not be a risk anymore. Imagine that. You get a Switch 2 game, you don't have to wonder, like, is this gonna be a crap port of a game on the other platforms? No, it's just gonna be cool. I see that you're putting in, like, names of characters, Billy. Yes, you're right. Those are names of characters from these, the Mario series. You are correct. Anyway, I have been like just turning off my PC every like couple hours to avoid that message coming up. I can't like watch anime. Yeah, I can't watch full screen stuff with it on the screen, right? I can't stand having that watermark be on while I'm watching anime, so I have to reset my PC to get rid of that. And it's just fucking annoying. Let me see if I have a message from on let me pull up Twitter real fast and see if I got a direct message. Maybe they've gotten back to me in the last since I messaged them like 9 hours ago. No, they have not. So yeah, that's sort of what the state of Microsoft tech is. You can call them and, you know, I'll schedule a call that'll be like 2-3 hours later. And, 2-3 hours after you schedule it. And also might not solve your problem one go. And also you'll have no way of referring to any other previous work. Or you can talk to them on Twitter and they'll, you know, do what they can there within reason. Really, I think there should be very strict laws about all this shit. You know, I think there should be very strict laws about, that's right, bandits. That's a character from Mario. A species from Mario, I suppose. There should be very strict laws about like, customer service and stuff, I think. I think if you're a big enough company, you should have to have customer service, like, within a click of a button. You should be able to call and get on the line with someone in like minutes. You should be able to do a chat room if you like, within minutes, real time, not like over Twitter, not like an email situation. There should be some goddamn standards because like companies like this, they reduce the quality of their service. And they just hope you give up and just settle on buying the product again. Or, even better, just go away. You know, just go away and hopefully don't raise a stink. Those are the things that they're hoping for. And, I would really like to not give them the satisfaction, but what are you gonna do? You know, you need Windows. You need Windows to live. Thank you for level. I'm surprised we couldn't get through that. I don't think that level was too hard. It was just long and a little bit unforgiving in places. Easy to get hit on, I guess. In the game. Like, take a hit. You know what? I'm gonna message hello. I'm gonna message hello to them since it's been 9 hours. Maybe they'll message me back if I keep on saying things. What company wants to lose customers? Yeah, but the thing is, some companies are big enough where they can obfuscate the tech support and they can save money in like not offering replacements, not giving replacements, not like answering your questions and, you know, not giving as many refunds as they otherwise would have to if they were forced to admit that they're in the wrong and they fucked up. You know, if they were always forced to admit it every time they fucked up, then they would be in a bad way. Did I hit dismiss? Need to hit dismiss. Axel, you are up. Let me help you out, Yuito. Do like this, Yuito. Let me get rid of those quotes for you. Make sure this is good. Yes, it is. There we go. That'll add one. Yuito, you do it like that, see? Okay. Ooh. I'm very frustrated with that bullshit. I hope I can get it resolved this weekend. I will bite the bullet if I have to. Next Tuesday, I'm planning on doing a stream where the plan is to, you know, it'll be on my computer. So I cannot avoid looking at that goddamn watermark, that goddamn watermark, you know, this thing, if I'm looking at the PC screen and not like the Switch on my main TV, right? And I will be looking at the PC screen, so I'm gonna have to get rid of that message by then, or else restart every couple hours, which is not feasible during a stream. Ugh. I don't know. We'll see. If I could get it for like 10, 15 bucks, that's like fine, I guess. And also I learn a valuable lesson about overpaying for keys. I could also reactivate Windows using a code from, I could also try reactivating Windows using one of the codes from my laptops, but that feels weird. Like, you have the option to go in there being like, yes, this is the same PC, but I don't know. I feel like I would need to, I would want to ask, like, the tech support people, like, okay, it looks like I could reactivate with one of my old PC's codes, but, like, this is not the same machine. So this is a lie when I say it's the same machine. And it's, like, an obvious lie. If they were to sign off on it and say, like, yeah, just do it, that's fine. You already established that you paid and you should have a code. Just do it. If they were cool with it, I would do that. Maybe I'll give that as an option. If it doesn't work out, I will try to make them regret it in as many ways as I can. You know, make them make good. Get my money back in whatever ways I feel is appropriate. God damn it. God damn it. He is right. That's right. I don't see Axel, by the way, so let me do sudden death. I know that was a lot of words to say about that, but, you know, it's just been a big frustration this week. And I'll say, like, I've been having a number of other PC issues, like right now, if OBS has a full screen window in the background of one of my monitors, it ends up, like, lagging weirdly while it's in the background, and I don't know what's up with that. Also, my webcam has been, like, resetting and, like, requiring to be unplugged and replugged before every stream. And I don't know what the fuck is going on there, neither. I have a feeling that this missing key is causing more issues than just the obvious ones. But, like, I don't fucking know. Windows 11 is mostly a horrible thing. I heard that they had, like, planned on doing Windows 12 next year, or doing a big update that might as well be Windows 12. Checkpoint refreshes our thingy. And I gotta say, like, Windows 11 is not done yet. It's not anywhere near to done. You probably should not be doing anything huge while, you know, while this current operating system is so rough. But, whatever, man. It's fine. Well, get through it. Windows 11 does have its good points. I do like how it manages audio, which is good insofar as it can you can redirect audio to different places, from different programs to different places, which is handy for me as a streamer who wants to capture that different audio without capturing the audio that goes to my headset. I can just do that with you know, basically I send all the game audio to, like, the monitor audio source, and then I capture that for the OBS, which then plays it to my headphones, which is the main audio source, the main audio device. Even if it's not for the games that need to be captured. It's a whole thing, but it's helpful as hell. This is a funny name. Dunkler Vulcan. The Dunkler. Dunkler, you are up. Go ahead and say something, Dunkler. Let's do another card. Did y'all know those yellow subs Twitter has are automatically generated? No wonder they're shit. I'll say that's something I was thinking about talking about this week. You know, when I wrote this card originally, it was just like, why are all these subtitles on like Twitter videos always full of typing issues? I mean, they're like hard-coded and shit. Shouldn't they be like, shouldn't people go through the trouble of getting them right? And then I realized, like, wait a minute. I turned my phone on its side and it rotated with it or something, or I did something and the subtitles moved around on the screen, making me realize, like, wait, these aren't hard-coded. Also, they're only on if your audio is off. Also, they've been there for a while, apparently. They've been there for, like, years, according to, like, the Google results that I checked. I had no idea about that. I just thought people were making typos and otherwise, like, mistranscribing themselves as they did their viral videos that had viral, like, subtitles inserted on top of the old text, even if subtitles were otherwise originally already included in the video. And that took me by surprise. I'll say I wish the transcriptions could be more accurate, but you know, I guess it's fair, you know, what the fuck, right? Like, yeah. You should probably have like a transcription service for people who are hard of hearing or otherwise have it muted. People like to watch videos nowadays without necessarily even turning on the lights. I'm sorry, that didn't make sense in context. Obviously, it's not when you turn on the lights, it's when even when their audio is off or otherwise they're in public. That was the 2 tries since Dunkler isn't here. Dunkler, I'll give you I'll give you a bit more to confirm while I drink some water. I love this water bottle, but sometimes spills if the water gets in between the seal and the thing. Spills when I drink. Oof. Now I'm wet. Happy Gamer, you're up. If you want to say anything, you're up next. Say something now and you'll be good for it. Oh, that's good. I don't see Dunkler. Let's hit dismiss and go to the next one. Happy Gamer. Happy Gamer, you are up. Happy Gamer, go ahead and confirm. You know what to do. That was the complaining about technology portion of the stream. I think we're done. Yeah, now it's time for some current events. Parentheses funny. Did y'all hear that the Onion is buying InfoWars? So InfoWars, infamous like conspiracy crank website outlets, whatever you want to call it. Sort of the microphone, the like what's the word? The like soapbox of Alex Jones, infamous conspiracy theorist. He got sued by the parents of Sandy Hook, of the Sandy Hook massacre, on account of, he said on air that they were all actors and it never really happened. And it did happen, and they were pissed, and they very rightly brought him to court and sued his fucking shit into the ground. And they sued him so good, he was court ordered to sell all his crap, sell all his product, and the Onion stepped in and they bought the whole thing, meaning that the InfoWars is all in one place. Not a lot of people bought it, and no parts of it can end up back with Alex Jones. and also they're going to relaunch it as a parody of itself, basically, which is just about the funniest thing you could do, I think. That's just about the funniest way for this to end, and indeed, one of the funnier things that The Onion has done, and one of the funnier things that The Onion is personally responsible for. It's also very cool to note that, like, the parents of Sandy Hook actually subsidized this purchase. They specifically contributed some of the money that was paid out to them to The Onion so that they could make sure that The Onion bought it, because that's what they wanted as well. They wanted The Onion to get it because they know The Onion is going to, you know, not turn around and give it back to Alex Jones. You know what I mean? It's the funniest shit. And, Happy? Go ahead. You still have a minute to say something, by the way, Happy, but we'll be moving on to TOS if you're not here. Bunch of no-shows right now. We're still on air, right? We're still streaming? We haven't, like, lost the internet connection or something, correct? Let me make sure that we're good. I mean, I'm hitting the button and things are appearing in chat, so I think so. Billy says E. Let me check. Yeah, no drop frames. We're good. We're cool. Activate Windows is there though, so haha. Let me get back to the game so I don't have to see that. We're still streaming. The VOD is recording. Everything is good. Okay. Okay. Funny as shit, the Onion acquisition. I hope they do some good shit with it. I hope it is very funny, and I hope we all have a good laugh at the expense of Alex Jones. Really, my only thing that I think is a disappointment is that Alex Jones could still be Alex Jones. You know, really, I feel like with the InfoWars license should go like the likeness rights to Alex Jones. Alex Jones should not be able to do anything without those rights, and I think that he should be like deplatformed forever, and that the only way he should be able to get on the internet now would be through the parody of his own site, and they'd never have him, so that's that. I think that'd be a funnier result if, like, the Onion could sue Alex Jones for being Alex Jones. But I don't think that's how it works, and I think he just gets to be Alex Jones, but with a new site name. What can you do, right? Next up is TOS. TOS, go ahead and confirm. TOS. Putting that in the queue. Another card here. Shout out to the Onion. I love the Onion. I'll say, not just for this recent purchase, but I've been recently watching a good amount of Onion videos. Like I said, Sex House, just watched that. Like I said earlier, I just watched their Sex House mockumentary reality show parody show that they did once. And I've been watching a good number of other such videos. Like, let me see here. There were a couple I watched the other day, which were very funny. Like, I just saw the one where it was like, breaking news, some bullshit happening somewhere. That's an all-timer. That's, a lot of their videos are like 15 years old, by the way, you know, by their nature. New live poll lets pundits pander to viewers in real time. Someone posted that after I posted about how good that one video was, and I enjoyed that video as well. Post office box. Sony releases stupid piece of shit that doesn't fucking work. That's a very good video. It's very funny just to hear news people say, like, Sony releases stupid fucking piece of shit that doesn't work. Let's and they're using like news people voice to do like to say something is a piece of shit that doesn't work. That's just evergreen. That's just always as funny. They don't miss the Onion. Not to mention all their like all their editorial pieces where it's like, you know, you think of the classic, like, right, we just mentioned Alex Jones. There's no way to prevent this, says the one country where this regularly happens. You can't beat articles like that. You know what I mean? There's some articles on The Onion that people just post 10, 15, 20 years later, and they continue to be true. Just like the most cutting thing you could imagine. Mwah. Mwah. I fucking love The Onion, and I've been enjoying watching videos of theirs recently. Fucking... And again, shout out to them. So cool that they got InfoWars. I bet they're gonna do amazing things. Haven't really seen, yeah, you're in queue, Mysterious Star. You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Haven't really seen, what the fuck is this? TOS, you might want to say something. Give me more tries than just 2. Because otherwise, this is gonna end fast. What do I do here? Do you think I just stand still? Oh, God. Okay, wow, these guys fly. Right, they fly. And they fly real God! Jeez. TOS, you're not in chat right now, and by the way the rules of this stream work, I only do 2 tries of your level if you're not. If you were here, we do more. I would love to do more. I bet I could do, like, better on a 3rd try. Maybe even beat it. But if you're not here, that's all we can do. Please understand. You understand. Everyone understands. Let me take a drink of my water, and I'm gonna dismiss. Shout out to The Onion. Just a good place, outlet, whatever. Billy is still here. Fantastic. Well, you're not next, but you're coming up in a few. I'll keep that in mind, Billy. Let's go ahead and dismiss TOS and get up. I eat we. Go ahead and confirm. I eat we. I just heard like a weird. Was that coming from my stomach? Did y'all hear that? That was a weird noise. I don't know. Ooh. Anywho. Let's get this level punched in. Meanwhile, another card. I think I'll get a new mattress soonish. Been talking about how I would like to treat myself. Hey, there's Ietwi. Fantastic. I've been thinking about pulling the plug on that, pulling the trigger on a mattress. In particular, I was thinking of splurging a little bit, getting like a Tempur-Pedic. Ooh, I don't know if that's really necessary. I'm sure other brands are perfectly good, but I've heard of this brand. This is the brand of envy, and you know, I'd kind of like to have the best brand that you could do. I'm thinking like a soft one because I'm a side sleeper. I like to sleep on my side. And I hear that that's what you need to do when you're a side sleeper with a foam bed. Been laying on the mattresses at the Nebraska furniture that's in Dallas Fort Worth recently. I've been perusing and thinking about making a purchase and trying to figure out now, like, so for like to get the rest, 2 things I need to figure out. One, I want to get like a bed to go around it, like a bed frame. I'm gonna use like the thing where it reclines and stuff as like the thing that goes under it. But I need to get like a frame around it so it doesn't look like that. Gonna get a frame around it, looking at like some ones that Nebraska has, and I think that'd be easiest if I just got one from Nebraska. I mean, I guess I don't have to get one from Nebraska furniture store. I could get one from any furniture store, but I don't know. The ones they have at Nebraska aren't bad, and they'll probably be a lot sturdier than the one I got from IKEA long, long, long ago. It would be 0.5, I think. I think that's 0.5. Who knows? Who remembers? We've tried this one quite a few times before. Never got, like, particularly far, though, so let's see what we can do. I gotta focus my eyes so I can, like, see Toadette. I was sort of unfocusing there for a second. Honestly, I wouldn't mind getting that done this weekend and getting it over with. I was originally thinking, like, okay, I got, like, a bonus coming up sometime soon. Get it then, but I think that might be, like, early next year and not, like, in December. So, honestly, if I'm gonna have to wait any time whatsoever, I'd rather just go get a new mattress now, and it's fine. Like, I'll be fine. So this part confuses me. Maybe I need to destroy it to make a hole, and then I need to go get a Koopa shell. But how am I gonna get through 2 layers there? Take the POW and kill the muncher? Okay. Right, take the POW and kill the muncher. That makes sense. Thanks for the tip. We appreciate it. I'd like to get that done this weekend, maybe. I'd like to sleep better. You know, I feel like if I had a nicer bed, I would get better nights of sleep. Maybe even more sound sleep. And, that might help me be more alert and more awake in general. You're playing the levels too? Oh, that's cool, Billy. That's very cool. Billy on the YouTube is playing these levels too. You can trust the arrows. Okay, I will note that. Little bit impatient, little bit impatient. Now, I know I said I'd be willing to pay, you know, a premium prices for a mattress. You might wonder, like, well, why are you so opposed to paying that much for Windows? And the answer is, well, I already paid for Windows, so I'm entitled to it. It's, you know, literally, for this PC that's the same PC as it was before, I am supposed to have that Windows forever, in perpetuity. That's how it works. I do not suffer the idea that I would lose, that can be lost. That's ridiculous. It's one thing if I lose it, also. It's another thing if, like, just Windows Update fucks the dog, you know? It's another thing if it's Windows Update that's at fault here, and Windows Update is at fault here with eating my Windows code or something, or maybe it just deactivated it. Maybe the Windows code wasn't eaten; it was just deactivated. Hey, MC Squared, how you doing? Maybe it was just consumed, as if there was a hardware change, even though there was no hardware change. In any case, it's fucked up, and I will have satisfaction. Or else, be very cross. You're doing well? Fantastic. I'm dealing with some technical bullshit right now, but yeah, I'm doing alright. Ooh, we got through with our mushroom. That's a first. I also did look at the IKEA just out of curiosity, and like I do gotta admit that I think that I laid on their mattresses a bit, and I don't know if they're as good as the one I got like a couple years ago, Right, like, I wouldn't want to sleep on these newfangled IKEA mattresses, but the one I have, it's like fine. It's like been perfectly fine, but certainly I would want to get a new one that was nicer than that, and probably wouldn't want to get a bed frame there because I would like a bed frame that goes the distance, you know? Feel like I want to have this star. I also feel like that might be a hint. Feel like I want this star. Okay, here's what I want to do here. Okay. That's gonna be in the money zone right now, right? It's bouncing over there. It's stuck over there. And I can grab it from here. Now I can go into this door with a star. Oh, actually, that wasn't as necessary as I thought it would be. It's actually pretty chill back there. That said, about to lose a fire flower. That's fine. You're blue toad? Well, that's just dandy. Isn't that nice? Okay. Through this door is a checkpoint. Checkpoint refreshes our doodads. I remember this. I guess maybe I have reached this room before. Or else, a couple of your levels have very similar segments in this part of them, where you have to go down layers while avoiding these fucking bastards. Jesus Christ. You have to time the fall. Fuck. Cheese it by the one way? What do you mean, cheese it by the one way? Is there a cheese here I'm not seeing? Beetle section later is difficult. Make sure not to rush it. Damn it all. Hey, we got through. This part's not bad at all. And, I think we might have been able to just jump over that one. Not these ones. Definitely not. Yeah, that part is difficult, but I think we were able to get through it first try. You know. Ah! Okay, okay. We got this. 3 tries. We'll see. I'm getting tired of like looking and ready to just make a decision and go with it. You know what I mean? Oh, can you not get up out from under these guys without losing a mushroom if you have one? That might be the case, honestly. That might be how this works. Oh. I want to lock that in. You can get out with a mushroom, but it's hard. Gotcha. I want to get that locked in. I want to get that decided on. I want to, you know, get that mattress situation figured out. The other thing I need to figure out regarding mattresses is, like, when like, the Nebraska furniture store delivers a mattress to you, do they haul the old one away? I need the old one hauled away. Dang it, that was the last try, too. I need the old mattress hauled away. So, I guess I'll just ask them in the store, hey, can you haul it away? And they'll tell me yes or no. Because I need to get rid of the old one and the bed frame, too. If I'm to buy a new one of those. I guess if they said no, I guess the petty thing I could do would be like, okay, well, I'll just get rid of the mattress then. And you don't get a bed frame sale as a result. If you say no to will I haul away a bed frame, you know you're going to lose out on a $600 sale of that bed frame that you want to sell with it. At least 600, so like, yeah. IKEA, you might be able to get one for more like 500 or something, but it's still going to be pretty expensive, honestly. We were getting there, we were really getting there, but couldn't do it. Thank you for the level. Couldn't do it quite this time around. Next up is Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser, go ahead and confirm. We're coming up on the last cards that I have in my thing. Lord Bowser is here, fantastic. Is Shangri-La Season 2 as good as Season 1? Yes. Yes, it is. It is definitely. I would say it's getting there. I would say it's Here's what I'll say about Shangri-La Frontier. You ready for what I want to say about Shangri-La Frontier? I just remembered I have a thing I wanted to say about Shangri-La Frontier and also Gale Gun. And also, by the way, after this level, let me see. How many who's after I'm going to say after this level, I'm going to close the queue, okay? We're going to go into last call after this level, and that'll be that. Regarding Shangri-La Frontier, here's what I want to say about Shangri-La Frontier, which is really something I want to say about Gale Gun Season 2. Gale Gun is a spin-off of, like, Sword Art Online, where it is just a VR MMO, and it's just, like, girls having fun in a VR MMO that has, like, some Battle Royale-style events that are very, like, a little bit Calvin Ball-y. You know, a little bit like rules changing randomly, and also a little bit like you know, everyone just running around acting like this is a big serious thing, where it's just like, you know, it's just like one round of a battle royale. I mean, in most actual battle royales, those happen all the time, and not like every couple of weeks or whatever. Kind of weird in that respect. I'll say, like, Gale Gun Online suffers because Shangri-La Frontier is so good. And, you know, having those two to directly compare, it's like, yeah, it's clear that one of these, the creator of one of these clearly understands MMOs, and what's cool about them, and what's cool about cool action in an MMO. You know, one of them is very much about, like, oh, I'm learning skills and I'm combining things, and oh, this boss has weird patterns, and I'm learning this boss's weird patterns and using them to manipulating those patterns to get the edge over on him. And there's fun NPCs that are good, and like lore stuff that is interesting to, you know, puzzle out in the way that like people puzzle out lore in real life, not in the way of like, oh, it's some big mystery. It's like, no, it's not real, but people still want to figure it out because that's how people deal with lore in real life. You know, that's how people deal with like lore, big elaborate puzzles where it's like, oh, you have to fulfill condition to get this quest. You know, this quest is basically an ARG. How do you activate it? Who can figure it out? It's a cool, there's a lot that's cool about Shangri-La Frontier, not to mention the fucking balls out action. And all that stuff makes Gun Gale Online a cute, perfectly fine anime about a girl who is tall and plays as a girl who is short and runs around really fast. Makes it look a little bit lacking by comparison. But, I guess all that to say, Yes, Shangri-La Frontier still kicks ass. I'll say this of Shangri-La Frontier. It's not currently in my, like, short list for top 10 anime of the year. Like, I'm looking at my list of top 10, and I'm wondering, like, is Shangri-La Frontier one I can put in there? Or does that not make the list at all? Or, you know. Look back, definitely might. I'll say Shangri-La Frontier is, like, in that tier where it's like, okay, this could be number 10. There's a lot of anime that I have at that tier, admittedly. I guess technically any anime that I said I loved could be number 10, but I kind of got down to like 5 to 10 that could be number 10. And I got 9 I'm pretty sure about. It's too soon to give away the game as far as anime of the year goes. That stuff is revealed at the end of December, at the start of January minimum. You know what I mean? But definitely thinking about what goes in the list, especially because I've seen all the shows and all the movies that could be under consideration. Though I did hear, I think I missed entirely last month that there was a My Hero Academia movie. Was that good? Does anyone know if that movie was good? Apparently it was in theaters, and fucking no one talked about it. I guess that's fair. The movies have been pretty... I mean, they're not canonical. They're not, what can you do, right? I bet it'd be cool to see Deku, give Deku the chance to fight against someone who isn't, like, the end boss with his full power sets. That'd be cool if that's, like, the premise of the movie. I don't know. If that's available, I should see that. I don't know if that's available anywhere. If it's out on... Does Crunchyroll or High Dive license those movies? I don't know. Well, if I could find it, I would watch it. I'll say that much. Complete. Thank you, Lord Bowser. Next up is Jorb. Jorbensen. And, Jorb, you are welcome to say whenever you are ready. Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. And, you know, I will, that'll be good. Say whenever. Let me hit current so that people can see. There we go. Good. Okay. Jorb, go ahead and speak up whenever you have the chance. But, folks, it is time now for last call for levels. It is time now for last call for levels, the part of the stream where I play some of my own levels for a bit in order to show you what's cool about them and to give people time to get in any last levels of the night. Now, let me think for half a second here. Last week, we did like Shellmet levels. Shellmet / Spiky Cat levels in particular. And I'm kind of wondering how far did we get into those? What was the last one? And I'm checking now on my phone because I'm smart. And yeah, the last one was the last level of World 2. So why don't we just continue that, specifically looking at every level where you get a spiked Shellmet. In fact, should we open it up and also include the one level where you get an unspiked Shellmet? You know what? That's a separate thing. We'll just stick to spiked Shellmets. This will be spiked Shellmets Part 2. But yeah, the last one we did was Mecha Maelstrom. So now we have the spiked helmet usage in like World 3 onward of my super world. And we'll just go through some of these levels and discuss the spiked helmet, which I'll say again, highly underrated thing, I think. The spike helmet. Is this a spiked helmet level or is this a hard shell level? You know what, if it is hard shell, I will start including the other ones. I'll include both then. I actually don't remember which one it is. But you definitely get one of the helmets at the end of this one. This one is like at the end though, so that's one thing you can do with a spiked shell. You don't have to have it for the whole level. You can get at the end of the level, at an important moment when you need to maybe take it a little bit easier on the player. I'll continue popping heads. This level was based around the idea of I wanted to use the claw first off, and second off, I wanted to do a level where you threw Koopa shells to clear out enemies ahead of you. Can you friend me? I guess. I don't necessarily like decline friend requests on the Switch. So you get these shells, you can throw them at the enemies, clear your way, and I think that helps to sort of get rid of the difficulty of, like, the harder enemies that you face here. Here's the Shellmet. Oh, it is just a hard hat, not a spiked Shellmet. Okay, we'll do, we can do all the Shellmets then. I forgot this was a hard hat. Shellmets in general, post World 3. I'll say, like, this is the first level that I ever created on stream. Before this level was in... This level... The previous level was released before I started streaming. And as a result, this one, which is the first world of World 3, was the first one to ever get designed, made on stream in any way, shape, or form. That said, it was still ages ago, and there's no record of it due to the VODs going away. You get a spike hat here. You get a spike hat here. Bitter Boatyard, very cool. Those VODs don't exist anymore, but I do think that is an interesting, like, dividing point between, like, before this, entirely off stream, making no input from people, no showing it off on stream. It was all Reddit first as far as, like, where I was showing these levels off. And after that point, like, stream. Look at this, shortcut. Isn't that nice? I think it's great. The spike hat here is useful. I didn't just hit that with my spike hat, right? That was just the thwomp doing it. I for a second was wondering if my spike hat went through the ceiling. But no, that's ridiculous. Here, you have to dig down to get to the second half of the level, which I think is neat. I think it's a neat touch. Through this whole part, right? One of the gimmicks of this level is that the ceiling is breakable, and so are some of the floors as well. So long as you have the big mushroom or the spike hats. Eat one or the other. And also you can jump up guys from below with the spike hat, of course. Of course. Oh, for a second I thought that was a wall jump indicator. Right, no, it's a... I forgot my whole gimmick there. It's a jump off a guy situation. The spike hat mostly is here to be like an alternate, like, destroy the level activator that only does above. I think it's really nice. Really cool to have, and feels good. Feels good. What else is there to say, I guess? Ah, fuck, ooh. Thank you for throwing things at me, Mysterious Star. We're in sudden death. We're in last call for levels, by the way, so this is when people have the chance to get in any last levels, and I'll play some of my own, is the gimmick. Is the ideal. And I hope you'll see, like, and agree, pretty damn good levels. This is a boss rush level where every one of the bosses is 20 seconds long. How are you? Good, we're in last call, so if you have a level, now's the time. And you can see each of these boss fights gives you a spike helmet, so, you know, make good use of it. If you lose it here, this boss is a lot harder since you can't then harm the guys. Yep, just in time, just in time. The second boss here, you have to avoid these things while using the shells to activate some switches and stuff. Pretty reasonable. I'm doing alright. I'm stressing over some computer stuff, but that's fine. Some computer stuff and the fact that I haven't been able to get a satisfactory solution despite trying, you know, occasionally trying to follow up with the tech support guys. I'll say, on that front, I am way too tired and way too busy and, you know, I just cannot stomach spending all day, multiple days in a row, trying to do tech support stuff. But, you know, yeah, definitely there has been days where it's like, I could try to get a call back with Microsoft right now. Or I could watch, like, some anime and relax and enjoy my evening. And I have chosen relax and choose my and enjoy my evening. You know what I mean? Well, we're getting to the point where either they need to solve it or I need to I need to like rebuy my fucking license. I'll say I did find like a license in the registry, which I think it might be my Windows key. So if it doesn't work, maybe at the very least when I call them next time, I can be like, okay, here's the key I was using. So why doesn't it work? And maybe they can answer like, it's been used by wood on front, and you're trying to activate it on wood on front. Oh crap, something's gone horribly wrong there. No hardware changes. No hardware changes. That's right. That shit is frustrating, man. I don't know. This is not. I think there's some hard hats in this one, so we'll do this one. Hard hat right here. I am pretty sure. Oh, no. This is Shellmet. This is the other type of... This is dry bone shell in this one. Never mind. No Shellmet to be found. This one's Fire Flower. This one is Frog Suit. This one is Shellmet. Okay, here we go. Another Shellmet level right here. This one was inspired by Ramby Rumble, insofar as it's a level where you go up and then go back down in the second half, which I thought was a fun way to structure a level. It was in DKC2, and it is in Mario Maker as well. People should do this more often. You know, mix up the direction in which you're traveling as you go through a level. That's just a fun little thing. Fun little thing to keep things interesting. See here that the spike helmet is just a second power-up to complement your mushroom, and also it allows you to do things like jump up through enemies and proceed upward more smoothly, I guess. Oh, and it shields you from lakitus from above, which is nice. DKC is your favorite trilogy in gaming? Is it mine? I think it might be. I mean, DKC 2 is like top 2 games of all time for me, so it for sure has to be up there. What other trilogy could even make the list? Mass Effect is uneven. The first one and the third one aren't as good as the second one, which indeed also has its issues. The Assassin's Creed True trilogy. The last game sucked. So, jot that down. I actually liked Assassin's Creed 3 because I thought that Assassin's Creed Revelations was like kind of low-key garbage to me. I don't know. People weren't that as fond of that one, but I thought it was a breath of fresh air and something new. There's only been 2 Banjo games. 2. Well, you can't count Nuts and Bolts as a trilogy, nor can you count Grunty's Revenge as counting. So, there's that. Dark Souls, I never played those games, so I can't speak to that. Just missed me. You know, what can you do? Mario. The 3 Mario games. Yeah, I'd put DKC over Mario 1, Mario 2, and Mario 3. That trilogy is complicated because, like, okay, do you do Mario 1, Japanese Mario 2, Lost Levels, then Mario 3? In that case, Lost Levels is really stinking up the joint, you know? Or do you do Mario Brothers 2 as the second one, USA? In which case, like, you have a very different game as your middle entry there. How does that factor in to the figuring? Is there anything on GBA? You could consider, like, the DS Castlevanias to be a trilogy, I guess. Except that the last GB Game Boy one sort of connects to the first DS one. You know, Aria Sorrow, Donna Sorrow. So you'd say that that one was a sub-series, and then the other DS games are sort of standalone. I don't know. I don't know what else you would what else is up there as far as trilogies in gaming that are like consistently as good as DKC. Yeah, I guess I'd say DKC 2. I mean, again, DKC 2 is like an all-timer for me. It's like top of the heap. Was there a Shellmet in this one? I forget. Let me look real fast. Let's just think. No, this one has Yoshi's in it, so why would it also have Shellmets? Yeah, Yoshi's is the thing here. Yoshi's, not Shellmets. Also, some of these dangers would be less dangerous if you had a Shellmets. Are there Shellmets in Abyssal Asteroid? Let me check this real fast. And think. Swimming level with the outside parts. You would have to be able to approach a thing from below to put on a Shellmet in this style, and you can't really do that, like, in the way the level is designed, so no, definitely not. There is, however, a Shellmet in Unmoored Mines 1, Phantasm Chasm, which is also the only time I've managed to use the Mario Brothers 2 mushroom. You might play some of these later. Yeah, they're solid. I recommend them. I may have saw you had to dig up this Shellmet by, like, reverse. God damn it! By, like, going in reverse for a second at the start. Thought that was a fun thing to do. Also, to give you a bunch of, like, dry bones to use as projectiles. I think it's just a real fun touch. This level sort of has some Mario Brothers 2 type inspiration here. Like, you have to go into these pipes here, retrieve a key, and then survive. Whilst Phanto and other enemies give you a hard time. Nice and clean design here. If we had Super Mario Bros. 2 Mario, I would love to dig and get that coin, but I don't, so that's right out. And hey, we got the Shellmet again. It's just a nice power-up so that you can keep your Mario Bros. 2 suit more easily. That's the idea there, just to make it so that you can use the thing that you're supposed to use the thing more freely. without having to worry, you know? Ooh. The code is available if you put in, like, level code or something. You know, there's, like, a bot command for that. Also, you can look down at the info cards under the stream, and they'll help you out. Ooh. I'll say a thing that was difficult in this level is that I needed the checkpoint to be after the, after this part. I wanted to have another checkpoint, so I put one in this pipe here. It's not really... I don't know if you can really convey that to the player that that's there for you, though. Maybe if you could see earlier there was a blue pipe and a checkpoint on the other side of that blue pipe, then maybe you could intuit, like, blue pipe equals checkpoint. That's a thought. Maybe I'll do a second revision of this one to make that... to see if I can, like, there's, like, a final chase segment at the end. Here, also. If I can communicate that more clearly to the player, that would be rad. Whew. This world is full of levels that were a little bit weird, a little bit off-kilter in ways. And, you know, I think this one is a very good start to that. Now, we got a couple more spike helmet or otherwise levels here. I think we should skip one of them, though, which is the final boss fight against Bowser, which is, this one here. I'm gonna skip this one on account of I've shown it off too many times. You know what? No, we gotta go through it. We gotta go through it. We gotta go through it. And it'll be fast. I'll be fast. I will get through this as fast as can. Okay. But it's always good to see this level because it's very good. People like it. And also, it's a little bit difficult in a way that is cool. I hope. I hope it's cool and difficult in a way that is cool, and people like it. Here, you got all these Koopalings, and they're embedded. They're sort of like on rails, overlapping walls, so that when you hit them, they pop out into the wall, and you can't live if you're inside a wall. That's that means death, so they die. And then they're dead. And this is just a little bit of a level before you get to the actual boss fight, you know. Wanted to do this Mario style, where there is a level, and then a boss fight. Koopalings are small time at this point? Yes, that's right. Then you gotta fight Bowser, and the fight is pretty much just, you know, the reason I went with the Shellmet here is because it's one of the only power-ups where you cannot hurt Bowser until the appointed hour. You know, you cannot hurt Bowser with this hat, but yet you still get two hits until it is time. I guess you could take that and throw it against Bowser, but you can't make a big difference, you know? The last one here, you have to race the P blocks back, which I think is a fun thing. Also, it can hit the fireballs. Finally, look down there. You can see a fire flower and a egg. What is that? That's interesting. I think we'll find out what's up with that later. How long does it take you to make a level? Weeks at minimum. Months at a stretch. It depends on how long it takes for the ideas to come together and start being, like, coherent. Once I start, like, actually making the level, like, actually have enough ideas and start making it one screen at a time, it can form in, like, a matter of, like, a week or two. But, usually takes me a while to get up to that point. I'll say. Here you go back and forth and you hit these shells. And after you go back and forth a few times, Yoshi appears. And also you have Fire Flower, so it can take less shots. I got hit, so my Yoshi is going to be less powerful. That's fine. Only takes a few more. You could also consider going, continuing to go back and forth here, but I feel like everyone, once they get to this point, is just going to blast the guy down. And I think that's a fun way to, make it go a little bit faster. Once you are, you get the idea of going back and forth and back and forth. Speed it up just a little bit. I think there are some revisions that need to be made to that level. I still think people are sometimes frustrated with. Also, I fucked up some of the rail stuff and the music programming there. How the enemies are generating music can be a little glitchy, a little buggy. But, I'm pretty happy with it. Let me think. This one doesn't. This one doesn't. Right? Yes. One more level with a spike helmet. It is the last, one of the latest levels that I've done. And it is a Link level. And it is a spike helmet. Spike helmet just goes without saying, it's very good. I would like to make revisions to this level to add in another extra spike helmet because I think I overdid it a little bit on the difficulty here. But point is, it's a level where you're bouncing off stuff, you're avoiding the sun, and you're Link. I was about to say whatever, but then the sun killed me. I was so close to the checkpoint there. See it this time. You'll see it this time. One thing also I wanted to do in this level was to have some gaps where you can run across them. Single pixel gaps. Single block gaps. Where you can do a thing with good timing. Which I think are fun and underutilized, I guess. I would say those are underutilized. Here we go, here's the checkpoint. Let me show this in case I don't need it. But behind this wall there's like a bonus hat. And this is the only spike hat that's in the second half. That one right there. I wish I had done it a different way. I wish I had added another spike hat in the middle of this section. And I will do that when I do a revision on this one. By the way, now it's a platform level. Check this shit out. You're going on this platform. You're still avoiding the dang sun. It's good. After this point, there's a little bit of on foot for one more ride. Yeah, I'll say, like, gimmicks like this took a while to come to arrive to, right? Like, it took a lot of experimentation to realize, like, how exactly this would be structured, what exactly the platform was. There's some stream where I tried out or showed off this gimmick for the first time, and, I was so pleased by it. It was just immediately a sensation. Couple ideas like that, and you got yourself a level. And it usually takes me a while to come up with ideas such as that. So, I can be slow to make as a result. In fact, you'll see between these levels are like... Hang on. Was there really a... how many month gap? A 9-month gap between bonus biome 2 and bonus biome 3. Wow, that is quite the gap. I was moving. You know what? I last year I switched jobs. I was unemployed for a while. I moved after I got a new job. I had a funeral. A little trip in around this time, I guess. And then I moved after I got the new job. Hello, Barack Obama. You're gonna have to do exclamation point add to get your level in. You know what? This gap makes sense once I remember everything that happened between September and June. That was a very busy time. I mean, it's so busy that, like, the gap currently between, like, you know, August? Between August and now doesn't really compare. Like, you know, since then I've been busy. I went to Japan and had a vacation. But that was, like, the only thing. That's, like, the only thing that's really gotten in the way of, making. Huh. Brock, please look at the advice. At the instructions there. There you go, my friend. My former U.S. president. I don't know. Barack Obama's in the YouTube chat, for those who are lacking context. I think that's all the Shellmet levels. I'll say, just like looking back real fast, there is no case where I have used the steel Shellmet to, like, other than as a weaker version of the spiked Shellmet, you know? There's not been a level where I've used it for, like, puzzly purposes. Later, Lord Bowser. Later, Lord Bowser. I don't think I've ever used it for, like, puzzly purposes, or really for, like, concerted, for, like, a real reason, I guess. Other than, yeah, I want it to be like the spike helmet, but it can't kill no one. We're considering one day making a level where that's not the case. Did I use the Shellmets in any levels before my super world? Those ones we didn't see last time because we were focusing on, the spiked Shellmet levels. Let me just scroll through and just see. I don't think I did. No. Nope, and no, that's not it. Didn't do it there. Not there neither. Nor here. Yeah, no, I don't think I ever did that in any level. Yeah, just didn't use the thing before. Whoops, I hit the A button instead of the B button. Too much metaphor, too much Xbox. Let me bounce out of here and then we'll finish the queue. We will close it. Barack Obama, I'm going to add your level on your behalf in the Twitch chat right now. Let me do that for you. I'm gonna do it in there. And we'll try to remember that this one is yours, okay? This will be the second level that I submitted myself on someone else's behalf. But, yeah, I don't really feel like keeping the queue open whilst Barack Obama figures out how to submit a level. There we go. Okay. That's last call for levels. That's last call. Let's go ahead and close the queue. The queue is now closed. Thank y'all for getting in so many dang levels. There were a lot of them tonight, and there are still a lot of them to go before all is said and done. We got 9 levels in the queue. Let's get them done with. I will also say I have 3 more cards to do, so, you know, amongst the 9 levels, I will pull some cards and talk about what's on them. In particular, a lot of the remaining cards pertain to, like, things I want in the future. Kinda. Yeah, I hope, too, that I have a lot of fun. Let's see what Big Jorb has in mind. And by the way, I don't think I saw Big Jorb say anything during that whole last call section. Big Jorb did not confirm. So we got 2 lives to do this, as per the rules of, as per what happens if you don't confirm, you know. What? Huh? Looks like I need to shell jump there, but... I don't know how you do that as a shell jump, though. Maybe like as a drop jump? That's like a thing, right? Unfortunately, those 2 tries went really fast. Maybe even a couple more wouldn't have made a difference, honestly. But, I don't see Jorb. Let's keep it moving. Yeah. Dismiss. Next. Billy just said what? Just before that level. Billy is here. Billy is getting, in the YouTube chat, Billy is getting the full contingent of lives. Again, if you ever wonder, like, oh, I don't see the person you say is here, they're probably in the other chat room. Probably that simple. And also, don't worry about it. No one has to worry. Billy, the code didn't work. I entered it as written. This is definitely no mistakes here. Billy, what's the code? Give me a correction here, Billy. I need a correction. Billy, you're gonna have to correct that. Meanwhile, why don't I pop a card? I'll also say 06I is up next. Oh, there we go. There's a corrected code. Great, thank you. Got stuck in a series of ads? That happens. GJC KV3 2XG. That's what I put in. And it's giving me error, giving me not found. Check the order again, Billy. Look closely. Look closely at the thing, because it's just not working. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I'll say it does take a while for me to get through the queue. Get through, especially when there's like 10 people in the queue, and I understand that it takes some time. And I do tend to like talk for a little bit between levels sometimes. You know, I got an extended point I want to make. I want to buy time for the person who isn't present. And also sometimes I don't want to necessarily give my big thoughts during a level, right? I want to talk about the level once we're in the level, you know? But I'll admit that can make it a little bit slow to get to some later people. I mean, that said, I've seen a lot of other Mario Maker streamers who will just spend an hour on a single level if they can't do it. So, like, I do think, like, among Mario Maker viewer level streamers, the pace here is above average. The turnaround time is low, relatively. But, I understand that it can be frustrating if, like, I'm spending time, you know, waiting to see if Billy can correct this code, for instance, right? And, you know, you're gonna, move on, go to the next one, you might be thinking. Just come back to Billy. I think it's better to just... Well, we could do that, for one. And then Billy could be next after 06I, let's say. Q on the first digit, not, G. And and it's a 3 instead of a 2 as well. Then also any other changes there? Let me try with a 2 there. Hey, 06I, you're next. Okay, this is it. Not a 3, but a 2. Close. That's very close, Billy. Go extra. It's hard. Let's do it. And we'll start pulling these last 3 cards, I'll say. Also, this is some sort of speedrun level. We gotta run, or we will die. Okay. What's the world record? None yet. Okay. It is auto scroll, correct? So that means that, you know, we can't fall. We can't finish it any faster than it possibly can be finished. I mean, that's true of any level, but like, we can't get ahead. Okay, good. We got through the first thing. Checkpoint refreshes our doodads. Nice. That was a mistake. Don't run headlong into those guys. Give them a second. Oh no, yes, I do have to run. But maybe don't be big. I have to run and I have to keep my eyes on the road so they don't run into guys. It's a hard level, that's true. That time I ran, but I got too far ahead. I gotta wait for a second. So that we don't, like, get to the point where we run out of highway. That was not good enough. Last try, let's do it. At a full sprint, you really just run out of things. Can you pass over? I like to do it where people get the sudden death. Oh, the thwomps? I don't know if there's time to get on top, but maybe that's the way. The last time it wasn't a way. Well, Billy Ray, next time you feel free to come back next time and submit. For now, the queue is closed, and we're not taking any more levels tonight. We are finishing off these remaining levels, and then I am I'm not gonna go to bed. I'm gonna watch some anime and get this thing uploaded. But you know, get the VOD uploaded to YouTube and do a thumbnail and probably do all that stuff. I like doing all that stuff before I sleep these days. The thumbnail and the timestamps and all that. And hell, if it finishes processing, I like getting it posted. Oh, I've been watching a ton of anime. Like 20 simulcast shows, calling Nichu. Thank you for Little Billy. Like, I just watched the latest episode of 2.5 Dimensional Seduction, before the stream. Obviously, Dandadan and Dandadan and Ranma have been fantastic this season, as have been a number of other shows that I randomly shouted out earlier. I can do it again. Here I go. Magaluminaire is pretty good. Ranma 1/2 remake, fantastic. Orb, Demon Lord, not 2099. Yeah, that one's good. Demon Lord 2029 is really good. Blue Lock Season 2. Shangri-La Frontier Season 2. Reincarnated Aristocrat Season 2. Who uses appraisal isekai. That one. Grieving Soul Retire is okay. Sumasho is kind of disappointing me. Yakuza Fiance isn't as hot as I would like, but it's pretty good. Villainous is very fun. ReZero is about to end, apparently. AniList needs to update their entry for that, to reflect that. Do-Over Damsel, kind of not impressing me as much as Do-Over Damsel is one of the weaker ones, I think, that I'm watching currently, unfortunately. Acro Trip is pretty good. I am watching Spirit Chronicles and Sengoku Yoku now, and I'm caught up with both. I need to catch out on Tower of God, even though it's bad. Dawn the Dawn, Blue Box, Don Machi, Season 5, Negative Positive Angler, 365 Days to the Wedding, Mecha Ude, Mechanical Arms, Trillion Game, Goodbye Dragon Life, Goodbye Dragon Life, a little bit mid. And of course, the last one in this list, just going by the sword by the last that I watched, 2.5 Dimensional Seduction. I also just watched Look Back. Look Back, really fucking good. Mentioned that earlier. I you know, talked about all this crap earlier. I am always watching too much to just be able to say succinctly what I've been watching. I admit that's a me problem. You know, I feel like most people, you ask them, what have you been watching? They'll probably say like, I've been watching this show and that show. And it's like, oh, okay. Me, I have to be like, I've been watching this show, that show, this show. Today I watched this one. I just like always having something new to watch every day. Nice. Kalanichu. This is interesting. We're sort of going for a ride. And, using this little... Wait a minute. We're Remy. We're Remy in this. What is it in Everywhere All at Once? This is a Rakakuni situation. Is it Rakakuni? Ratatouille Rakakuni? That's like a whole thing in that one. This is a really neat concept. Very fun. Very funny idea. I appreciate it. Oh, we need to get that Yoshi and then look up these guys. For some reason, I thought they would be like activated if I got close to them. That's not how Goombas work. They're not pals. Am I missing something here? Seems like I can't get low enough to, There we go, there we go. Okay, just with some bad luck, just with some bad luck. Yeah, watching tons of stuff, having a good time, watching all that stuff. I think this season is pretty damn good. I see now. I think this season is pretty damn good, and I'm looking forward to, you know, there's always something I'm looking forward to, like, in a day or two, right? Like, in the week, I can be like, okay, yeah, Dan-a-Dan is just about to happen. It's Wednesday, so tomorrow's Dan-a-Dan. And today is ReZero, and, you know, some other shows that are really great. And on the weekend, I can be like, ooh, it's Ranma time. Or you know, Shangri-La Frontier. I always like having something to watch, to be excited for on a day-to-day basis. That just makes life worth living, I don't know. That just makes it worth getting up in every day in the morning, you know? You know, like, yeah, there's something cool. There we go. I'm gonna watch this rad shit, and it's gonna be good. And, yeah. Alright, Boom Boom, let's go. Let's, maybe those were optional. Probably optional. Maybe optional. That's a very interesting way to, like, de-Yoshi you. To, it's gonna be through here. That's very cute. What's in here? Is it a checkpoint? What's up? Why is the checkpoint in here? Weird place for a checkpoint. Just, you know. Just, door. That is what happened. Yoshi did drown. I'm gonna have to use the fuzzy beetles to kill the guy. I cannot be killed! So long as I have my Yoshi friend. And I will always have my Yoshi friend, so that's cool. That's right, a mech battle. That is what's happening here. I should go to sleep at a normal time tonight. I should try to go to sleep around midnight. Or hell, even earlier. Well, no, it's like 10:30. It's gonna be like 11. It's gonna be like at least 1 o'clock. Yeah, I'll say 2 o'clock. I should try for 2 o'clock. Let's be very, very reasonable here. 2 o'clock, good time for bed. That's plenty of time to watch some anime, to get the VOD taken care of, and to, you know, have a nice relaxing soak, have some ice cream, do everything I want to do. I'll see what happens. Y'all don't have to worry about that. You understand this. You got your own evenings to plan. There we go. Nice. Very cool final mechanism there for the final bit there. And I got the bonus area. Well, goodbye, Yoshi. See ya in hell. Can I go back and get Yoshi now? No, still can't. Well, enjoy living here, Yoshi. This is where Yoshi lives now. It's fine. Yeah, really good fucking level here. I also quite enjoyed it. Here's that, here's the thumbnail. Look, it's, Boom Boom. This is Boom Boom right here. Isn't that something? He has the whole face and everything. Very well done thumbnail. Here's, like, Boom Boom's, foot. We came out of his foot at the start. Go figure. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have dilly-dallied. We'd had like 100 seconds left. We were like getting down to it. Imagine if we had timed out. There was a checkpoint right there. It's fine. Nothing would have happened. Nothing would have happened. Thank you, 06i. I am hitting complete. And pulling up the next one by Daniel is that guy. Daniel, go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna hit next so that Daniel can know. Daniel, please confirm. And I'll pull another card. Living alone in a house, how does that work? I'll say one thing I've been thinking about is that I want to get a house maybe sometime next year. I want to continue living alone as I do, so it'll just be me in there. And seems like it'll be a whole big thing, you know, much bigger responsibility, much more housework than with an apartment. Especially if you consider, like, the outside, things of that nature, like grass and shit. You know, that's a whole maintenance thing, as is everything else that's involved in home ownership, but I think I am ready. I would like to have one, especially because I'm tired of paying rent, and I'm tired of it all being, like, money into a big hole. I would like, if I'm to pay a monthly thing, I would like it to be building up something that one day I resell for, like, some percentage of its value of what I paid in. Hell, perhaps even more, considering that inflation, you know, houses continue to get more valuable. Would it not make sense that it'll be worth more in, like, 10, 20 years? Yes, it will do. Whereas with renting, you're just throwing money into a great big hole year over year over year over year, and it just sucks. And also, you know, if you need... I think I'm fine paying a little premium for some of the niceties of a house, right? Like, and paying for, like, jobs to be done right. You know what I mean? Like right now, if I want something fixed, I have to go through the apartment people, and they usually do a crap job. You know, they're usually like, you know, they'll stare at it and go like, yeah, well, yes, that thing got like I don't think it's good to have rent. No. A mortgage payment is basically like rent, except that it goes towards something that eventually you get refunded when you sell it to someone else. The house. It's much better than rent. It's much better than rent. You know, they'll look at like a fan in like a thing in the bathroom, right? And it's clearly been spray painted to hell, and that's part of the reason why it's vibrating like a motherfucker. And they'll go like, I can't do anything about that. Whereas, like, if you have a house, you can just be like, yeah, that vent's going. That's gone. I'm getting a new vent. I'm getting a new little fan thing there. I am tearing that shit out, and I'm paying, like, probably, like, $500 or, you know, some other ridiculous price. Maybe it's even more ridiculous than that to replace a bathroom fan thing. I don't know. They're not that big. It's not like an AC I'm talking about. I'm talking like the little thing that goes, brrr. You're locked to the same location? Yeah, but you can sell the house. If you want to move, you sell the house. It's not that complicated, I think. That's not a thing I'm stressed about. What I'm stressed about is just like, I don't know what I'll do with the space. I don't know what I'll do with the space. I don't really need it per se, but I want it. And, you know, I'm in my mid-30s now. I'm ready to, you know, officially not in the early 30s anymore. I'm now officially mid-30s, and, you know, in 6 months I'll be halfway through my 30s. Like, it is, I think it is time to own a house for me. That's what I think, anyway. God damn it. Tricky tennis. Oh, Dennis, I'll say I don't think I see Dennis, so sudden death for this one. Okay? Okay? Okay. Dennis, feel free to say anything and you'll get converted back over. Don't worry, it's not a big fuck. Not a big deal. I'll say my folks have been moving into a new place and they've been like picking out a new color for the walls. And I have definitely been like looking at that and going like, well, here's my opinion. I would like something bright and colorful. And them going like, oh, that's dumb as hell. You want like a beige. You want some sort of beige in every wall. You know, and here's, oh no. Dang it. You want like a beige on every wall. You want it to be neutral. And I think that is fair, but also, like, I'll say, for my part, I have lived in apartments with beige walls, with white walls, for the last 10, 12 years, right? Like, it's been like, when did I move out? It was like 2013. 11 years. Going on 14 next year. I have been in apartments by like 13 years, and they've been beige this whole time. I'm ready for a color. I was thinking like, you know, I like the color red. I like the color orange. You know, maybe something that's a little bit like a nice, sort of slightly saturated orange would be cool. I'll say this. I think when I get a house, I'll paint one wall green. I will have a green screen wall behind my couch. I think that's how I'll do that. I think that's how I'll do that, and I think that'll be good. I think it'll be good to have like a green screen wall situation, like some streamers I know. It'll be nice to be able to paint walls in general, I think, and definitely will want to have some nice color. And it won't be beige, I'll tell you that right now. It's not gonna be beige, it's gonna be colors. And I'm going to, that'll be good. Green wall is practical. That's right, it is practical. I don't see Daniel, so I'm gonna hit dismiss and we're gonna move on. This one came in from a viewer who could not figure out how to add. That was on the YouTube side. How to add a level This was Yuito. Yuito. Go ahead and confirm. Yuito. Yuito didn't get one in without me, right? No, okay. Yuito. I got it in on Yuito's behalf. Can I reply to Yuito? Nah, that'd be hard. I don't have a keyboard in front of me, and I can't get to the YouTube chat on my phone. That's fine. Let's just do sudden death. Yuito, you're welcome to say anything. I'll say again. Yuito, 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 it is you. This is your level. Now is the time for you to confirm. Greenwald, for sure. I'm not really as big into like a blue, I think. I think like reds and oranges I would like. Maybe greens as well. My bedroom color as a kid was sort of a green, or like as a teenager, I'll say. I've had like green walls growing up. You know, obviously when you have a house, they paint the children's rooms different colors. So that's fun. I don't think I'll go with green though, for as much as like reds or oranges or maybe like a yellow. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking more warm colors. I realize I'm not saying purple. I do like purple. It is the color of the 3rd Street Saints from Saints Row. I think, as colors go, it is a very pimpish color that is, you know, by its nature, very. I think purple is a more masculine color than people maybe give it credit for. I'll say that much. Oh, this level is a thing. We won't count that one. Maybe wasn't paying full attention. Teal is good. This is a 20-second level. How the fuck? I don't even know how you get through that first thing. Purple is the color of royalty. That's true. Thank you for the level, Yuito. That's nothing doing there. Nothing doing there. I don't think even with like 3 more tries we would have gotten any more progress, honestly. Let's just go ahead and dismiss and move on. Mysterious Star. I think I saw Mysterious Star more recent than most of the people whose levels we have just gone through, so do confirm Mysterious Star. I noticed that no one's saying gray, no one's saying black. Hello, Mr. Roshi. I will say, Mr. Roshi, you're a new viewer and all. I don't mind reopening the queue for a new viewer. If you want to get one in, let me know, and I will open it. Be ready to get one in before I open it, and then I'll close it right after. You understand? You understand? Mysterious Star, you're up. Please confirm. I can't wait to be able to customize a house, right? To be able to just, you know, do things like paint walls, whatever color I fucking want. You're good just chilling? Gotcha, gotcha. Thank you for either way, it's cool. Hey, whatever you want to do is cool by me. Hell, you don't even have to chat if you don't want to. You can make some spaghetti like I sometimes do when I'm watching a stream. Spaghetti is always good to make. Black is too dark. Yeah, that's probably true, right? Black is more for like floors or ceilings, maybe. I feel like ceilings are always white. That's fine. The ceiling can be white. The ceiling can be white. What other colors are good? What other customizations are good? I wouldn't mind, like, replacing a bathtub with, like, a big giant bathtub. Or I guess, thank you for the follow, Master Roshi. Or I guess, like, if I were to get, like, a house that already had, like, a really big bathtub that I could fully submerge in, unlike any apartment bathtub that exists, that would be sick. That would be lovely. And I'll say, like, I know bathroom renovations are expensive, but, like, I have an okay job. I make good money. Like, if I could... so long as, like, monthly payments aren't killing me, I could probably afford, like, some expensive, nice things. And I do think it is important when you're buying things to buy good things so that they stand the test of time and that you are happy with them, right? Like, if ever I need to buy an AC, I want to buy the best goddamn AC they got. I want to buy the one that works the best, most energy efficiency, and also the quietest motherfucker. Like, I don't want the kind that you get in an apartment where they buy the cheapest motherfucker that makes noise all the time and it cools and slows really damn slowly. And also, you gotta just realize, you gotta just think, like, that shit can't be energy efficient neither. You get a good one once or buy a replacement later. Exactly, yes. I'll say, like, the price of those things are definitely gonna be intimidating, right? Like, you know, the first time you tell me, like, yeah, that'll be $5,000 to get a new AC, I'm gonna be like, God damn, that's expensive. I mean, I guess it's less, you know, inflation is out of control and all. Money is not worth as much as it once was. Maybe I'm overestimating the value of $5,000 in my head. Fucking, I don't know. Mysterious Star hasn't said anything for a bit. Let's go into sudden death and do the level. ACs have always been pricey. Hopefully that's just it. How are fridges? But worth it, yes. I don't mind a troll level, Axel. Your level, is it coming up? You don't got one in the queue right now, Axel. You want to get one in? Let me know. I don't think you have gotten one in tonight, right? Inflation did increase the price. Yeah, that's just how it is, you know? Yes? No? What? Huh? Boom boom stormy cloud. No, that doesn't give me any clue what this yes-no situation is. What is this yes-no? Is it a quiz? Is this a quiz? I think this might have been a quiz. I think we might be being quizzed. What? This is called Boom Boom Stormy Cloud. You can't get through there without the on-off being that way, so we need to go this way. But, huh? Oh, crap. You hate when showers are in bathtubs? I don't mind the combination. Definitely need a bathtub, though. I definitely don't want to get, like, a just a solo, just a shower alone. That'd be less good. This is also fucked. I can escape, but to what end? I'm trapped, and we're out of tries. Mysterious Star could show up and give us, like, another try, or give us 3 more tries. If Mysterious Star were to confirm right now, we'd have 3 more tries, but, I don't think that's happening. Mysterious Star, prove me wrong. I liked it, though. Good shit. That's some troll bullshit. There wasn't a lot of troll stuff today. Wasn't a lot of troll stuff today. You have troll levels, but you didn't send any? Gotcha. Well, there's always next time, Axel. Queue's closed right now, so, you know. But, I don't think you got one in for a while. Did you get one in tonight? Remind me if you got one in tonight. I want to be honest here. I want to be fair to, the way that we do things. I don't think you did. I don't think you did, so... You've been chatting all... Oh, you did get one in. You did get one in earlier. That's right. Okay. You did get one in earlier. We are... Fair. It's a super cramped combination. So far, it's worked in the apartments that I've been in, but... You know, I'll say, like, yeah, it would be a more premium feature to have the two of them separated. And I guess that would be better for me as well. You know, I'll say that's... Not something I've thought about looking forward to, but now that you mention it, that would probably be better. It is awkward because, like, there's, like, a weird slope. Bathtubs are weird to stand in because they're, like, curved around the edges, and that's just not something you need when you're standing. It's something you need when you're, like, filling it with water, I guess. I'm gonna hit dismiss here. Thank you for the level, Mysterious Star. We're going to move on now to EMC Squared. I don't think I've seen EMC Squared for a minute, but I feel like EMC Squared might still be here. It hasn't been too long since EMC Squared submitted. Here you are, perfect, lovely. Full lightning round heads here. So yeah, looking forward to a house. Definitely probably gonna start looking like early next year, I guess. My lease is up at this place, at this apartment, which I think will be the last apartment I ever live in, like in June, July, so I'll start looking around like May, I guess. I don't know. I am a little concerned, a little unsure like how that's gonna work. I will say I was like watching Team Kayla, who is a streamer. She is Dan Reichert's sister, half sister, you know, different father. Not a Reichert. Dan Reichert is another streamer who is much bigger than he works at Giant Bomb, a gaming outlet, and is very popular. People love him, and I love him too. She was talking about how she lives alone in a house that she got for honestly less money a month than I'm paying right now for this apartment. She lives in Kansas, so maybe the prices are lower there. I don't know, but she was saying it works out pretty fine. You know, no problems. Managing it just fine for a couple of years. And, you know, definitely hearing that other people manage it just fine makes me more encouraged to just do it and not worry so much about, like, oh, I'm a single dude. Does a single dude need a house? I want a house. And I'm gonna have, there's gonna be like all sorts of little benefits to having one, you know? And it used to not be a big deal. It used to be like everyone got a house. Like, as another Reichert example, Dan Reichert's dad, Paul Reichert, is like an old retired mailman who you know, got divorced early in life, you know, early in Dan's life. And he lives in a house by himself and has forever. Used to be that mailmen could afford houses. Fucking figure that out. Nowadays, like, a well-paid software engineer has to be like... I don't know if the math works off. I don't know if the math works out. No. This is gonna be a hellish thing. This is gonna be tough to figure out. Mailman used to be able to afford it. What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened the last 50 years? I think this is something that's worth noting, and I said we weren't going to get too political, but house prices, kind of a touchy subject, you know, around my generation. Kind of a touchy subject. Yeah. I got 2 more cards, and we got like 2 more levels after this one, so we can no longer talk about this one topic non-stop without necessarily, I hope those are optional, without necessarily, like, I'm gonna assume those are optional because I've already lost the chance to get a couple of them. EMC squared, optional? Ooh. This is a cool level. I like it. A slightly tighter... The info of the level says they're required? Okay. I was distracted there. It doesn't count. I was looking at chat. Okay. I should read the description of level. I don't usually, though. So which is why when I make levels with, like, required coins and stuff, I show people the key door to start. And then, or the key door, or the, clear condition, something like that. You know, people don't notice things. I don't notice things either, so I understand. Housing price is not political, it's basic right. True, yes, I agree. It should not be. But it is because no one's doing anything about it. And, fuck. Dang, those lives went fast. Seems really cool. Very tight level. I hope to see it again some other week. Ideally, I feel like if I had like 12 minutes to do it outside of the lightning round, I bet we get through that pretty easily. Next time, maybe. We'll see. Submit it early, and I would love to get through that one. I would love to get through it. I agree. Everyone should have a roof over their head. There should be policy in place to ensure that. And to hell with the value of houses. I can say that as someone who doesn't own a house yet, but I guess people who have spent hundreds of millions of dollars don't want it to turn into half the value. It's weird. It's weird shit. All that crap. The push and pull between like you know, investment versus practical utility of a house. Thank you, EMC Squared. That was great. Colin is up next. Colin is present. I'm going to enter this code here, and I'm going to do another card. It'd be nice to have a dog. It would be nice to have a dog, is what the card says in particular. Been thinking about dogs recently. As I said like a couple weeks ago, my dad's last dog, she passed. She had to be put down. She was getting too old. She was like 15, could barely stand sometimes. And like, you know, I'm kind of in a dog interregnum now. I don't have a dog in my life. I've said the word is dog interregnum a bunch of times, and I think it is a very funny way to describe this situation that I am in. But like, yeah, no, I don't have a dog that I can go pet at will anymore. I can't just go over to my parents' house and be like, hey, let's have some dinner, watch some Better Call Saul, and then I will, you know, pet the dog. No, I can still pet the cats, you know, and that's nice, but a dog will let you pet them a lot more than a cat will, and will be a lot more friendly and you know, cuddly as well. I don't mind cats, but I'm allergic to them, so like, you know, I couldn't do that like long term. Like I take an allergy pill every day, and that helps me like go hang out with my, you know, when I go over to my parents' house, I'm not like always sniffling. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I wonder like what the fuck happened to this allergy pill? Why isn't it? I took one, goddammit. You know, I'm wondering that in my head, but like, you know, it's not as bad as it could be if I wasn't taking those pills, right? I guess, I don't know. But I wouldn't own a cat for that reason. Also, and I understand, like, cats are much better in apartments. Solo living, right? Or even just solo living in general, because, like, with a dog, you have to let them out to pee and poop. And with a cat, you don't have to do that. In fact, a cat, they'll just mind their own business for all day, and they won't even give a shit that you're not there. You know, you're off at work, working. They don't care. But a dog do care. This is a very standard level. Excellent. Can't wait to see it. Definitely want to get a dog. I'm thinking about that more often than I would have thought a year ago. Like, goddamn, when I get a house, I want to get a dog. I'm sort of curious, like, how it's gonna work as far as, like, you know, I don't work from home every day. I need this dog to be, like, am I going to let the dog outside and just let the dog stay outside so it can pee and poop while I'm not there? Or, like, or do I bring it to a parent's house? You know, do I just go like, okay, I'm gonna bring you by, like, you know, my dad's place, have fun at grandpa's. On a regular basis. That would be ridiculous, right? But, like, you know, I don't know, right? Like, is a dog capable of just hanging out all day without any accompaniment? I don't know. Just do I have my dad check in on the dog? Do I have my dad say like, okay, like, I guess I could literally just give my dad a key and say like, yeah, you come by around lunchtime and make sure the dog's doing all right. That is the kind of thing that he would like to have someone else do for him if he was not able to come back for lunch, probably for his dogs, when he had dogs, so I think he would understand that, honestly, as like a idea. But also sounds like a huge, ridiculous ask. Solution either has to be trust the dogs at home. Trust the dog. I'm not gonna get 2 dogs. I think that'd be too much work for me, little old me. Leave the dog alone and let's hang out, or just let the dog be outside and hope that the Texas heat isn't too much. Maybe they can get like a little fan, and I can put a little fan outside so that, you know, there's like a cold place for the dog to sit, you know, and get some relief from the Texas sun. Your coworker leaves their dog and cat at home all day. Cat is understandable, I think. A cat just is the gold standard in like, leave them alone, they're fine, they'll manage. They can even do an apartment and never see the outside if you want. But a dog, every time they need to pee and poop, it's an issue. And also, like, I would probably get a smaller dog, right? Probably not getting a huge dog, to be clear. Living alone, all by myself, taking care of it alone. Probably would be a smaller dog. Like, I think I still have the pictures of Dixie ready to turn on a buttons, at the push of a button here. Like, here's Dixie. Like, I'd probably want a dog around this size, you know? Basically, like, not like medium size, like medium small. She was 15, I'll say. She was 15 when she passed relatively recently, but she was always a small girl. I think that's like the perfect size, and yeah, I would get a dog that small. Her name was Dixie after Dixie Kong. I think it'd be cool to name another dog like Tiny after Tiny Kong from Donkey Kong 64. I think that would be a appropriate next dog name, I think. I mean, there's a million video game characters I could draw from, I'm sure, but Tiny doesn't sound half bad. And also, if it's a small dog, it would be very appropriate, you know? Tiny. Oh, that just sounds so good right now. And it could curl up in my chair right now. You know, I'm in a love seat. The dog could jump up and curl up. I definitely want a dog small enough to like be on the furniture and it being no issue, right? This is an interesting level, by the way, all based around like having to hit various blocks to move forward. That's a cool gimmick you don't see as often as you might expect. Tiny sounds good for a small dog. Oh, we got a checkpoint, so that refreshes, but we did lose one, yeah. Which time could the queue still be open? Hey, Lopsh Fun. The queue is closed right now, but you're being a new viewer and all, I don't mind letting new viewers get one level in. Let me know when you're ready to submit, and I can open it and close it real fast for you. Let me know, let me know. Just say like, okay, ready, something like that. Honey would be a good dog name, yeah. What else would be good? For a boy, what would be a good boy name? I feel like Diddy is, fucked. Diddy is fucked. You can't do Diddy anymore. It's been, what's the word? Ruined by association with the perhaps more famous, Diddy. That says, some people say, like, you know, Dixie as a dog name, sort of especially in the South here, is sort of associated with, like, racism and stuff. But, you know, didn't stop me from naming her after a Kong. I mean, I'll say I didn't think about that for the first 10 years of her life. Didn't think about that until I heard... I think I saw someone on Twitter being like, yeah, if you see a Southerner with like a dog named Dixie, you know they're a racist. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna open it for you. Go ahead and submit. Loft's fun. Okay, ready? Exclamation point, add, and then that code. Do it real fast like. Do it real fast like. No one else want any in. It's just for Loft's fun. Yeah, definitely want a dog. Definitely a little worried about the logistics of it all, the responsibility of it all, but a little companionship I think would be nice. Thank you. Very good. Got it in there. Also would be a nice excuse to walk more. I don't really walk enough, and I'll be honest, like, since I got back from Japan, I haven't walked, like, at all. I mean, I think my overall, like, walk distances in health haven't been, like, half bad, honestly. Like, let me look in health real fast. We completed that level, right? So, complete 1. Very good level. Quite enjoyed it. This one is the level of Barack Obama on the YouTube. Barack Obama didn't seem to get the idea of how to use the add command, so I did it for him. You know, thank you for your service? You say that to presidents? Thank you for their service? I don't know. Let me see. Let me check my health real fast. Feel free to confirm Barack Obama. Again, Barack Hussein Obama. That's his actual middle name and not like a bad joke, right? That is his real middle name. It's not like the conservatives made that up. That's like a real thing that you can just say, and it's not weird. It's a person on YouTube with the name. I'll say for like disclosure here, I'm guessing it's not the real one. I mean, hey, I respect it, you know. What else have you got to do right now? It's not like, you know, there's the kind of nothing going on. It's a Friday. I think Barack Obama deserves a nice Friday night, as well, as much as anyone else does. Certainly, if I were a ruler, I would definitely, like, you know, I wouldn't, you know, I don't think anyone should work more than 40 hours a week. I'll say that much. I don't think anyone should work more than 40 hours a week. I guess if you squinted at what I'm doing here and considered this a form of work, I would consider this more a hobby than work, than like a, I guess you could consider it like a side hustle. I make a little money off it. I wouldn't count it as work, though, because it's just, you know, a fun time and a social thing. You know what I mean? But, like, I still, I don't think anyone should do more than 40 hours of work for the company what pays them. Presidents, ex-presidents don't have companies that pay them. They're not, like, on salary with the Democratic Party. That's not how it works. They're just, like, independently rich. I'm confused here. I'm confused here. I was looking for, why the fuck did they hide? Activity. Okay, activity. Walking plus running distance. Today, 0 miles. Oh, right. Wait. No, I got 0.82. 3 miles yesterday. 2.8 on Tuesday. Let's see now. Like 1.6 miles on average for the last, couple weeks. Since I was in Japan, it was like 10 miles a day back on that 3-week vacation. Haven't really exerted myself, but I do have to walk into the office, out of the office, and I do go to lunch every day when I'm in the office, so that does add up to a pretty penny. That does add up to a bit of extra distance, so I'm not doing as bad as I did when I work from home every day. You know, but still, it's not great, and I should really just try to get in like a 5-mile walk on occasion. I guess if you get a dog, that's not what you do. You do like an hour-long walk every day or so. Jeez, that's a big commitment, huh? Or every other day, let's say. Every now and again. The last dogs that my dad had, they didn't walk as much, I think. Especially as they got older. They walked less and less and less, but yeah. I definitely want a dog. I want a little feller, a little lady. I think it's gonna be a little lady. What name would I use for a boy? Banjo. I'll go with Banjo. Banjo's good. Banjo sounds alright. It's a reference to Banjo and Kazooie. Kazooie is a little clunky. Kazooie's a little clunky as a name, I think. Banjo, that's alright. You can call him Ban for short or something, I don't know. Or Joe. Come here, Joe. Come here, Joe. Oh, that was really easy. Thank you for the level, Barack Obama. You made a very easy level for me. I suppose in this trying time, what Americans need most is a little bit of an easy one. It's not only healthy for you physically but mentally. They really help to keep you sane. Gotcha. Thank you, Obama. Yes, thanks, Obama. We are all very thankful to you, Obama. Jeez, it's been so long since Obama was president. I completely forgot about the meme, thanks, Obama. And maybe Colin did as well, because you said thank you, Obama. Isn't it thanks, Obama, was the meme? Maybe you weren't even referencing the meme. You were just thanking Obama. Hey, thanks, Obama. Genuinely. Appreciate it. Alright, let's hit complete and get the last level of the night up. Last level by Lops, who just submitted, so is definitely here. You misspoke the meme? Okay, good. Okay. Definitely here, so full lives. I got one card left here, and it says Extra Life, Thoughts and Plans. So, I've been streaming for like 3 years now, and for the last 2 years, I've done Extra Life. The first time, I was just getting started. I didn't know what I was doing, and I was just getting started like in November. It was too late to get involved in Extra Life and do the thing. You know, it was only like the second and the third year that I got into it. The first year, I did the randomizer roulette where I had like 4 randomizers and I switched between them randomly every 5 to 10 minutes and I completed them all in 12 hours. That was Paper Mario Randomizer, Donkey Kong 64, Minish Cap, and Metroid Fusion. That was a very fun stream and, you know, raised money for the kids. Last year, I did like 50 turns of all 8 Mario parties, and that took 3 streams to do, it turns out. It turns out that it took over 24 hours to do them all, and that was a little rough on me. I don't want to do that again, I'll say. The plan for this year is just a regular 12-hour stream where I play some Xbox 360 games, and I need to get an Xbox 360 that works so I can play some non-backwards compatible games. That said, I do wonder if Extra Life is the right charity to go with. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm doing like 1 charity stream a year, should it really be Extra Life? I have seen some streamers and some outlets like MinMax, for instance, step away from Extra Life for that reason. You know, it's a huge charity. It is very well funded. Should not, like, I look into, like, either A, a local charity, or B, a charity supporting something that is very much under threat in current political times. Like, oh, donate to Doctors Without Borders, for instance. Or like, you know, which I do anyway. I donate to them during, like, SGDQ. Summer Games Done Quick is in support of Doctors Without Borders. I don't donate to that every year, a good amount. A couple $100, something in that vein, personally. Prevent Cancer is not always not a bad thing to donate to. Again, that's ADGQ at that time. For that one. I could donate to, like, some sort of trans-based, do a stream in support of trans rights and things like that, things of that nature. Or, you know, I do worry that, like, there's a lot of things that Extra Life does so well that makes it an easy choice to make. Like, their like, overlays are so good, as are their alerts. Like, you can set all that stuff up, goals, a campaign page. This is some sort of troll level, I suspect. Ah! I can't believe that killed me. What the hell? What the fuck was that? Oh, did I not hit current for Lops Fun? Good looking out. I forgot to do that. But also, I accept that Lost Fun is probably still here, and given the full allotment of lives, it was not so long that Lost Fun submitted, maybe like 10 minutes or so. You're good, Lost Fun. What's this? Could this be something? Oh, I needed to stay on that wall a little longer. That still could be something, though. Fuck! Ouch, indeed. Definitely thinking about Extra Life, thinking about, like, if I should do something else other than the regular ass Extra Life. You know, might be a good idea to go with something. I was kind of hoping I could get a little farther that time. Go to the next note block, but it's way too far. Can you just jump like this? Oh, this is... The wall jump was my mistake. It's... You get much farther just regular ass jumping. Oops. That was the last try, too. I have some thoughts about that. I'm trying to think, like, do I really, is there better options? And I'll say, like, Extra Life is great. They you know, they give nice things. They're like, you know, they fund children's hospitals, which is a good cause, but, like, you know... There's no one political saying, like, I am about to defund children's hospitals. That's not a thing right now, but it is a thing in so many other departments. You know, what the hell? No, I liked it. It's a troll level. I was trolled. What do you want? How do you have no country on your thing? That is bizarre. I didn't know that you could do a level with no country in there, or like a profile with no country. How is that? What is the deal there? Is that a CN? Would that be Canada? Odd that it's missing. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe that's a bug. Last I checked, everyone lives in a country. Unless you live in international waters, I guess, on a boat. That's pretty uncommon. I'm pretty sure not many people live in international waters on a boat. Maybe if you live in an oil derrick, but I'm pretty sure oil derricks... Well, one, they're not in international waters, and two, the people employed there usually live in another country. And also, that country probably has, like, the territory rights, so they're still in the country, even when they're at ocean, on the sea. You'd have to be pretty far at sea to not exist on a country. Stop! Wow, stop, says, this Lost Fun. See you next time. You're right. That's the last level. That's the last thing. We're all out now. And also, that means the stream has come to an end. Folks, I'm gonna make myself really big-like. And also, I'm going to pull up the old schedule. I'll be back on Tuesday with Metroid Dread Randomizer. That's the plan for next Tuesday. That'll be fun. I played it before, and I did not finish. And I definitely want to finish this time. I want to get farther. I'm going to set it up with settings that are maybe a little nicer, and also make it so that I'll be able to get around the map faster. I've seen an option in there where you can, like, connect all the fast travel points into a big loop. So I'm gonna get all the fast travel points like once I find the first one, and I think that's gonna make it so that it's much easier to get around to the parts rather than having to, like, backtrack through the whole goddamn world to get to the next place I need to check or whatever the fuck. And maybe there'll be other features I'll enable. I need to look at the options and figure out what a good setup for a seed is. Look for that on Tuesday. My second attempt at that. The last one was like a couple months ago. It's on YouTube. You can go find it if you want. What the fuck? You could go find the VOD, or any VOD, of any stream that I do on the YouTube. If you're looking for viewer levels, they'll be back. I'll be doing them probably next Friday as well. I don't think I have any plans for Black Friday, so I think I will be streaming viewer levels on Black Friday. So if y'all are down to do some viewer levels on Black Friday, that'd be cool. Maybe we'll do like a different time on Black Friday. Maybe we'll do like an earlier stream, so as to be like more accommodating of like Europeans and such. Maybe we'll do a morning stream. We'll see. I'll think about that in the coming 2 weeks. But for now, just know viewer levels on Friday nights, Friday evenings, and some sort of something on Tuesdays. Next Tuesday, Metroid Dread. I was thinking about doing Half-Life 2, the new update with the commentary nodes and such. I think I might play through that on stream on the Tuesday after next. And, any subsequent Tuesdays until I finish that. Maybe we'll do that as a playthrough. I'm thinking about that. That sounds good in my head. There'll also be an extra live stream or whatever sometime soon. As soon as I get like an Xbox 360 and Amped 3 for that. That'll be just a stream where I play a bunch of Xbox 360 games, and there'll be a donation incentive where you can pick the next one out of anything that I own. And I think that'll be fun. That about covers it. Let me see who's online, who I can send you to. Let me see who's online, who I can send y'all people on Twitch to right now. Doop. Looking. It's Friday night. Lots of people are streaming. Who's good right now? Who has something I want to watch? I see an extra live stream. Maybe an extra live stream would be good. Spider-Man 2 by Goldie. Kingdom Hearts. I see someone doing Kingdom Hearts. I don't really care for Kingdom Hearts, so let's not send you there. No offense to Kingdom Hearts. Mr. Justice, he is doing viewer levels, but the queue is closed. So how about we do... Dup. I'm looking at my options. How many farmers can you beat? I don't know what that means. It's some sort of farming game? I don't know. How about Peanut Butter Bucket doing whatever Peanut Butter Bucket is doing? I'll send you over there. It's some sort of farming thing? Let me see if it says so on the following page on Twitch, so I can know what I'm sending you to. Peanut Butter Bucket, Shotgun Farmers. Shotgun Farmers? What the fuck is Shotgun Farmers? It looks like a shooting game where you're on a farm. Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory there, I guess. I'll see you on Tuesday for Metroid Dread Randomizer. Look forward to that. Friday for more viewer levels and other stuff in the future. We'll see. Bye, folks.